relevant for our time and age. Again, congratulations are in order. We think that the hardest part of being a graduate has been done by yourselves, and alhamdulillah for the gift of being in the first class. It means that you are in a certain bracket that academia envies and also the world envies. But we think that there are a few things that we also to take care of. So we'll be looking at self-development, looking at 7 habits of effective people. Some of you might have heard of it, but over the time we'll refine it. Because finance is also important, you are going to start to do things on your own. It's important that you start to understand personal on a level that will help you in future. So we'll be looking at what's called the 6 J's of personal finance. Then, because you are also going to be interacting with people, you're going to be taking in meetings, you're going to be putting in whether it is units, committees, teams. It's important to understand 6 thinking hats, and that is to think in 6 dimensions and not in one. Hopefully, we'll also take a look at project management as well. Project management is something you'll be hearing a lot of in your career, whether academia, corporate Nigeria, or if you want to start something on your own as well. So as an introduction to that we'll be looking at. We also want to look at effective public speaking, because in anything, you are going to be addressing people, whether they're your subordinates, or they're your colleagues, or they're your bosses. So we think that is also important for you into public speaking already. If you are already doing that, then that's good. But there's nothing to be lost by gaining some more insights into that also. Then on the employability scale, we want to look at AI. AI is part of our lives now. AI meaning, what is AI? How does it affect our work tools? And indeed, now, more often than not, the go-to devices that we have already have AI inbuilt in them. So there's a, in my estimation, reduced level of genuine thinking. And we want to see how that works in the modern world. Then there's a session on CV writing and how to do well in interviews as well, that we're going to be taking a look at as well. We have we have a faculty of people that will think that will give you the necessary keys for you. We also want to look at another model called leadership. You're going to be leading yourself, you're going to be leading others as well. It's a topic that I know you are used to. It's something we banter around, especially in the season that we're in. We're going into elections very soon, and people will be asking for your votes. So what does it take to be a leader, and what should you look out for? And you yourself, how are you regulating yourself in that space? Then the last of the models will be enterprise development. Again, these are things that are forward. For today, it's just about personal development. And the next models will let you know how and when they are going to come on board. We'd encourage all of you to please take advantage of those sessions as well, because you would find them useful in your work life, in your private life as well. A lot of the things that you'll be listening to will help you personally, but will help you with relating with others as well. We don't come into the world on our own, and we're not going to relate on our own. The university environment, to a large extent, is also a shield from a lot of things. As some of you would already understand, going into the world, not in the balance of the 2 different worlds, but corporate Nigeria is different. What is expected is different. And as the times and seasons go along, we find that there are new levels of training, there are new levels of knowledge that you need to acquaint yourself with. So the big job is done by you by being in the first class bracket. But then employers are looking for something also different, something unique, something that makes you stand out. And it can be as simple as being able to follow instructions well. It can be as simple as understanding yourself to the level where you know where you thrive and where you will not. It can be as simple as understanding what your boss wants and how to relate with people. And then if people ask for ideas, how do you marshal out your ideas? It's amazing how when you put yourself in space where you are needed. How do you articulate yourself? How do you bring your ideas for people to buy into your ideas? How do you disagree with people, really, and do so in an agreeable manner? So first, we would take this session, Working with the Future, which is basically like a roadmap to where we think you should be thinking about, where we think you should be heading, how we think you should be planning your career. A lot of these things should have been done before now, really, even to the level where at the choice of courses that you want to do, there should be some level of interaction with you to understand that certain jobs will not be relevant anymore. Certain things, even if as we all say, jam, made you do whatever course that you have, but it's also an education. And then there's nothing saying that you cannot better yourself within that field. And every profession is being merged in the day and age that we have. So the doctor is also into IT because there is now medical tech. Right? A simple somebody that studied biology as a single honors course is also into fintech because there's a level of finance behind bringing that product or that innovation to the market. So at the level of that, there's also things like negotiation. There's also things like speaking well. There's also things like convincing people that this idea is worth taking. There's also the thing that projecting a level of integrity that people trust you and want to work with you and want to do things with you. You'll be interacting with a lot of people from different spheres, different walks of life. How do you hold a room, for instance? How do you engage in a manner that will bring you respect? So these are some of the things that we want to look at. And I hope that it is as useful to those who are delivering it as it is to you that will be listening. And I hope that Allah makes the session more beneficial than we have prepared it for you. In between, we'll have breaks and then we'll also come back. The intention, inshallah, is to round up by 2 so that we can go for floor and end the session there. So as we interact as well, we want to also start to make the platform more engaging. If you need any issue, if you need any assistance, if you need any recommendations, please reach out to the leadership of Mind as well. My name is Sulaiman Olokodano, and I'm the executive secretary for Mind. Mind stands for Muslims in National Development, and is the foundation for development as well. We are registered as Mind Development Foundation for Development. So, without wasting much of the time, we'll bring on the first speaker, and his name is Abdul Fattah Bakari. Even though he didn't send his profile, he's well versed in development. He's also well versed in leadership matters, but he also has a particular talent for understanding what the current issues are and where we need to be. We've worked together closely for some time now, and we are all concerned about the plights of Muslims and making sure that Muslims reach the heights that they are designed for. And he will be taking us on the topic, working with the future. For that, please come. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is my pleasure to be here with you this morning, and I also want to congratulate you for your performance to be able to be a first-class student from the university. I'm Bakari Fattah. I'm a research, business and development consultant. I help people make an informed decision through establishing the situation, identify their resources, and also let them know the opportunity and the tactics they need to achieve the result. My goal is just to be a social provider and to help people grow professionally. So what I'm here to do this morning is to share with you what is common to everybody working with the future. Future is not a straight line. It starts probably from the birth and it continues to the end. So that tells you the importance of this session. Recently, MD of a corporate organization in Nigeria, Moneypool, stirred the market community when he made a statement about his observation about the status or the quality of employees in Nigeria. This generates controversy. He presented his reason. Some accepted it, some criticized it. But the reality is that he's talking to people like you. So the question is that, how do you respond to such observation? That is why we are here. When somebody of that caliber presented such positions, for you who I think are probably target, it is not to bother yourself about the past or the current, but about what? About the future. So every fact presented should give the opportunity to improve the future, not just engaging it. Some people will start to talk about it from today to tomorrow, yet it will not make any positive impact in their mind. You can challenge it, but the important thing is that what do you take out of it? That is most important, and that is how to prepare for the future. Now, why are we here? To understand how to anticipate future trends, plan effectively, and create a clear career roadmap using strategic pathway and scenario thinking. Let me ask you this question. When you heard of the word future, tell me one word that comes to your mind. Just one word. Just one word. I've told the future is about to everything, everybody. But once you heard of future, because it applies to you, what comes to your mind? What? Yeah. Great. That's it. Uncertainty. So each time you hear that word, why is it so? Like I said, this is applied to every facet of life. But I'm going to try to limit this presentation to how it applies to you. So that uncertainty starts from the new world of works. Technology is changing. Innovation is evolving. And social environment is shifting. So change continues. And that means the uncertainty what also continue. So how do we deal with that? How do we prepare for it? That is why we are here. And how do we ensure in the midst of this uncertainty, we achieve our career goal, our career success? That is the purpose of this presentation. Now, when we talk about uncertainty, the next to it is what? Agency. In the world of uncertainty, two things work together, two variables. Agency, uncertainty. How do you balance your world between these two variables? Uncertainty continues, is not within your control. Agency is what you can control, is what you can create. So what is agency? Internal capacity of an individual to act independently and make free choice. That's it. Your internal power to influence outcome. So in your career life, as you grow, you got a job, you work in working environment, you have a project, people will need you to do what? To offer solution, to provide answers, to support teams to achieve success. So if your agency is high, that means you can create your future. If it is low, it means you'll be reacting to the market. Like I said, in the changing world of works, you need to do what? Prepare for change. If you prepare for change very well, nothing will come to you as a shock. So just like what the MD said, that there is a challenge on employability or employee in Nigeria. What that tells everybody is, what do we need to do? And it's not going to be only about the employee themselves. What is the government? Because the government should also pick something out of that statement. The employer should also say, what can we do? So that gap is what might intend to fill with this project. So that's about agency. Uncertainty, the external noise, and market volatility. It's not between anybody's hand. Some years ago, when we were in school, like you don't know about. You don't really know much about Google. When Google came, you thought that's the end of technology. Today is what? It's AI. Tomorrow it will be ZY. After this laptop, some of us thought, what will somebody think again beyond this laptop? What come after? Android phone. So that is the word of uncertainty. If you continue like that. Now, the uncertainty comes with volatility. Uncertain is complex, it's ambiguous. And in most situations, it's beyond one person to find solutions. So we are going to get there. Now, like I said, for every action you take, you can't control the consequence. But there's always an expectation for every action. You go to school because you want to be able to be valuable, get a good job, do whatever. And you have the agency, the capacity, you have built it. You're a first-class student now. What you can't do 10 years ago, what you understand about your course 5 years ago, you now know it now. That is what difference the school have made in you. When you want to enter school, it's like, oh, you can get a degree, have first class, oh, I'll be the look after. But you are finished, you have first class. Some of you are still struggling to get a job. That was your expectation. But what do you get? Uncertainty. Because maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people look for graduates in this country. Today, graduates look for what? Look for job. Because there's not enough job to go around. So that is the challenge of the future. It continues to shape. Now, between these two variables, agency and uncertainty, how do you achieve success? You look at these 4 pillars. 1, forecasting and planning. 2, roadmap. The 3, the pathways. The 4, scenario thinking. If can manage these 4 pillars, you can create a future for yourself. I'm not saying if you aim 100%, you will get it. But if you have a vision based on forecast and planning, and you develop a pathway and apply the strategy of scenario, I can not fail. Most of the students that enter university with you, how many of them create that scenarios? If this happen, what will I do? If this happen, what mine? Let's go to this pillar one by one and see our career success. Now, these 4 pillars, if you look at here in this window, you can see the arrow. Capacity is growing, efficiency is growing. So, as you can continue to grow your capacity, your value, the same way, capacity also continue to grow. So, and here we have low agency, low uncertainty. At this level you are, the same thing, uncertainty level is also still low. Anybody want to employ you today may not be asking you for 15 years experience. They may not be asking you for so much. What they want to do now is that, you have a first class, let's recruit first class students into our organizations. So, what is more in your hand? You can do your forecasting very well. My goal is to be MD in the next 10 years. So what am I in the corporate organization? What can I do now? These are not, what is the missing link? So this is low agency, low uncertainty. When you move up, after 5 years of working, you have been exposed, do other professionally here and there. You are growing in agency, but uncertainty may still be low. There's nothing much challenging you. I can spend all my career here. That is my pathway. Some people got a job, they remain on that job till the end of their career. That is their pathway. Somebody finished from engineering. He got a job in engineering. 5 years later, he said, no, I'm going to the digital world. 10 years later, I'm going to politics. It's a different pathway to success. It is how you plan it. So the problem is that you must be doing forecasting and also planning. When you come here, your agency is low, high uncertainty. You have had the first class, nothing after. You are not doing any professional anything. You are not looking for anything. But the world of work is what is changing. So if you have the first class and you got a job today, the next 5 years or 2 years, you don't know about AI. One day, your boss is drop assignment on your table. Maybe 3 of you, AI. It will take you 2 hours to fashion out solution through government. It takes somebody less than 5 minutes to get the solution through AI. Can you compete? You can't compete. So that is the plan of you need to also what? How you want that won't be problem. You don't wait until it happens. Some people get a job in a bank and don't go. they don't have other things. So what do they do? So now, what they travel abroad, just looking for any work, or they start afresh, looking for new skill. Don't wait until that period before you plan new skill. Don't wait until that period before you plan for your future. So that is the purpose of this scenario. Now let's quickly just go into it one by one. Forecasting the future. Forecasting is the act of predicting based on existing data. It assumes that trend will continue. When you are forecasting is quantifiable. You read in a report that in the next 2 years, Nigeria will need 10,000 graduates because of new industry. But today, we have just 5,000. What does that mean? More people should try to get jobs. The forecast said the next 5 years, a graduate without AI skill will not be employed. What do? You start preparing yourself. So how do you forecast? Extrapolating current market data, other trend analysis. They've told you this thing happened like this 10 years, you moved to this 5 years ago. It's now at this point, it's going to be at this point. That tells you could quickly ask yourself whether you'll be relevant in the future. You can also do that first. You go and find the next 5 years, which skill will be in odd demand that you don't have. But what do you mean? You struggle with black swan events. Sometimes, whether you plan, you do whatever, everything comes that is beyond our expectations. That is another reality of uncertainty. And I'll give you the instance. When the COVID-19 came, we caught the whole world unaware. Even those countries we believe have the best of health facilities, it's not easy. It's caused a lot of havoc. So, what do you do with forecasting? To set expectation for the baseline future. For you can start asking yourself, what are the emerging industries? Which skills are in demand? And what are the potential challenges? Those things should help you to plan for your future. So at this level, after your graduation, these are the things you should ask yourself if you want to be relevant in the world of works now and in the future. You can see this picture. You can forecast rain. They tell us June, July, that's where you have the peak period for it. So if you are a farmer, you do what? You plan your planting season to what? But some rain refuse to fall. What do? Do you stop farming? No. That is why people have alternative to rain. The president told Nigeria that if you elect me as a president, I'm going to solve your power problem. He said, if I did not do that, when I come for second time, don't vote for me. That's the promise. You are now going for second time election. Do you have the power? Do we stop doing something? What do? We go for solar. The mistake the president did when he was making that promise is that he put all his egg in one basket. If he has imagined And I can tell you, 10 years ago, I got a brief from DFID, a World Bank project. You know what they did then? They are already conducting research on off-grid power. The World Bank have already looked at Nigeria and said, these people, next 10 years, there won't be light in those villages. What do we do for them? Let's push alternative to them. That is where the solar power, that's where you see London everywhere. And I can tell you, the reason we have not had crisis is because ordinary people have moved beyond the government when it comes to alternative power. Go to Ilorin, go to Ibadan. They need just small power, and they're already getting it through alternative source. That is how you think for the future. It's not just come and say there must be a pathway. If the president had that, he will tell himself, first year, where are we? Okay, we want 50 megawatts. First year, you only have 5. Second year, 15. Third year, if he has imagined that if at the end of first year, we couldn't achieve 20%, it's enough to tell you you can achieve 100% in 4 years. So by that time, you have started doing what? Investing in alternative power. So Nigeria would not be now asking you why is power. We just want power. Whether it's gone through solar, thermal, whatever it comes, you want power. That is the reality you are going to face in your job environment. When you are a manager, they employ you to do what? To provide a solution. And you can't provide a solution if you don't have a right sense of imagination. So that is forecasting. Like I said, I show you 4 forecasting and planning pathway. You see, the one that is within you mostly is forecasting. But the other one, you need other people to work with. If you get a job today, you are not likely to be the one doing the whole job. You be the management meeting, you be here and there. Everybody will be working together to solve a problem. So when you are creating a roadmap in your organization, it's not likely to be you alone. But it is relevant how you are preparing yourself by forecasting the trend, the skill. So if you are in a company and you are in a team and they need to hire, and they say, please get us information from here. How you do? So, like I said, for establish the situations, you need to know your situation. You can forecast what is likely to happen so that you can prepare yourself for that. As a career person, how do you plan yourself for the future? The first is goal setting. Define exactly where you want to go in 1 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years, 10 years, and like that. You must be able to start imagine that now. Practical step. Breaking down complex career goals into manageable daily actions. Oh, you are looking at this now. I need to do my master after 2 years of graduation, after 3 years, after 4 years. And if I'm after 2 years of graduation, after 3 years, after 4 years, and if I'm doing my master, I did engineering first. I did mechanical engineering. Should it be mechanical engineering master, or do you be automobile master in automobile? Because sometimes you need to move from general to what? Specific. So that will tell you what you need to do next. A lot of people just go to university to do master, and the master add to their BSc and doesn't make any major difference. You need to be master on something you want to be known for. As a professional, after 10 years of public working experience, you should be known for something. 10 years of graduation and working, they should know you for something problem you can solve. If you are not, then you have not done, you have not improved your agency. And that's like that. Once they get the job, oh, that's the end of everything. So, and when they are retiring, because if you have worked as a professional, after 10 years, you're supposed to move to consulting mode. Consulting mode is that you've had the academic background, you have experience, and you have professional skill together. That is why I tell you that my goal is to be what? To solve problems. And today, I have my first degree in mechanical engineering. I have certification in economics. I have in psychology. Because I'm not working in an engineering environment, I work in development environment. So I can't continue on engineering that. It will be wasteful. What do I need? I need economics. I need psychology. So anything I want to do now, I move on that trajectory. That's how you manage your vision. So breaking down complex career goal into manageable daily actions. Now, if you look at this, you can see career planning. You set your goal, you take action. Self-explore. You keep exploring yourself. Am I better than yesterday? What have I added? What can I do better? What do I understand now? Then explore career. Now that I have this additional skill, can I move to where I want to be? Some of you want to do computer, but you got admission into software engineering. Nobody has said you must remain there for life. By the time you get to your career environment, you can start telling yourself whether you need to change or you need to move. You had your first degree today, engineering everywhere. Luckily, you can get an internship you discover. But each time I have an opportunity to do a vacation job, I do it at everything. So that is to learn, because when I did my IT at Nepal, I saw what engineering is in Nigeria. It has changed now. It has changed now. But I can tell you, most of our my classmates, more than 80% of us are not in engineering. That's the reality of the time. But probably I think it's changing now. So this is what we need to do. Decisions. Why must you make decisions? Tell me what makes somebody to make decisions. Not to say you're making a decision. What does that mean? This is my decision. This is my decision. What does that mean? No. This person have made a decision. What does the decision mean? Decision means you have two options. If your option is one, you are not taking decisions. I did engineering. Engineering. You are not making future decision. You are just going one way. If something happens, so decision means you have to. That's why forecasting come into play. You have to forecast. You have to imagine. You have to give yourself option. That's okay. For now, I'm taking this because this I think is the best thing for me. So that is why you cannot make decisions when there's options. There's no option, no decisions. So, okay, as a Muslim, in the Holy Quran, Allah said, I'll never say of anything I shall do such and such things tomorrow. except you descend if Allah will. That tells you the uncertainty level of what? Of the future. Even Allah is reminding us. Don't think, oh, I want to know. But sure to chance. So I'm just giving you both sides. You don't leave your future to chance. That is why you have to plan, forecast, and design your roadmap. But don't think that's the end. If you look at here, forecasting is quantifiable. With forecast, we don't control, but have contingency plan for various risks. Every decision comes with its own risk. You have to prepare for it. Path to future is concerned with other three approaches, where the past is not sufficient guide for the future, and where we can work with others to control it. That's it. The fact that you know the future, you know the plan, it does not necessarily mean your path will be smooth. It does not necessarily mean your goal will be achieved. No, it is just a guide to plan yourself against uncertainty. So, what is roadmap? Roadmap differ from plan by focusing on milestone rather than tasks. What is milestone? After 1 year, this is what I plan to do. 2 years, 3 years. It is your strategic word, continuity. How do you move forward? So that's why I said, oh, my first year, I'm going to finish my master. Oh, I want to have PhD. I will do that to 5 years. I will do that. So there must be a pathway. So if today is your current situation and you have your skill today, so in next 1 year, foundational skill acquisition. Okay, this is my first year. I want to have skill as much as I can. AI, public speaking and everything. That's what I want to know. 2 years, domain authority and leadership. But if I'm 2 years, when I'm in a meeting, people should know, feel my impact. I should be able to make a contributions. 3 years, innovation and strategic influence. There's some people that you can't tie them down when they get to a certain level of their career development. Because working environment will be more follow through than they can remain because they have what? This innovation. I'm sorry. So, like I said, so your roadmap is the control rules for your future. You must have been telling yourself, and I'll give you a sample. Today, GSM are at the 5G level. They did not start with 5G. They started 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The question is that why not start with 5? Sometimes technology also comes with uncertainty and challenges. That because of and the risk, the fear may be if we start with 5G, bam, the whole thing will crash. So let us start with 1G. Once you master 1G, you move to 2G. Because uncertainty grows, new information also what comes in. So as you get new information, you started doing what? Reviewing your plans. Get me? As you go on, that's why I said that today you realize that AI is the internet. So you need to go and get back to your plan. Initially, I said I'm going to do this skill in my first year. I look at it, AI is not there. So what do? you add AI to it because you now have no information. The MD of MoneyPoint said most of the Nigerian employees are not employed. Go and find out what he said. Don't just join those who criticize him. He may have a good argument. It is those arguments that you need to look and see how you can position yourself so that in future you will not be among those graduates that are not employable. You see, if you train yourself, you can walk into the companies and tell them that I have studied this company operations. I know this what you do. And I also observe you are facing this challenge here and here. If you employ me, I can solve that problem. See, you can't tell any MD, any HR person, and he will not look at you again. Even if you have 10,000 CV on his table, you look at you again and say, what do you mean? I say, yes, I know what I'm talking about. The next thing, I tell, okay, give me the concept. And you know the concept, will he bother himself about if not. So that is the roadmap. Then let's move to the pathways. You have tell yourself that this year, 2 years, 3 years. But I said, you can't just jump everything. The strategy to use is pathways. And I will tell you one of the things I'm likely to face in the working environment. That's what we call tearing zone or at everywhere you find yourself, there will be what we are doing. This is how we do it. You are also likely to know the new vision. This is what the idealists are thinking. But there's also the angle of entrepreneur. Entrepreneur wants the best, but he also concerned about the risk. So we now tell you, okay, yes, if you start using this, you can make this in 10 years. But what is the risk? That is why I tell you that. That is why they won't start from 5G. They have to move gradually. Or maybe the idealists may also say, you can do 5G. And I said, okay, what's the budget of doing 5G? They said 1 trillion. What about 3G? 50 million. Okay, you know what? You have 50 million. You can take a risk of 50 million if you go. But 1 trillion, you can't do that. So when you get into the working environment, one, don't be afraid to challenge status quo. Especially people like you, first class. People expect so much from you. Oh, first class formula, on Balorier. When they are discussing, oh, this is the guy make first class. What do you say about this, Mr. President? And you are looking at them. Because what they are asking you that time is not FSC 101. It's not ECN 202. It is what? Solution to life problem. One of my professors here told us in our final year, Professor Udumoyo, it's late now. He said, he taught us mathematics, engineering math. He came to class one day. He said, most of you, if not all of you, is aware you may not need this mathematics for anything in your career life. He said it, and I'm one of those who does not need that engineering the day I left university. The last time I found myself in the exam environment was during my IT in my year 4. So that is it. See, when you are planning, don't be rigid. Don't tell yourself, oh, I've done chemistry, so whatever is not chemistry. If the world of work is changing, look for alternatives, look for something else. So, as a career person, how do you develop your pathway? Step by step. When uncertainty rises, rigid plan fails. Pathway provides optionality. This represents medium level of agency. Because I'm saying now, you don't be rigid. When things are changing, start review your you start reviewing your I think this thing is low. Don't worry, let's go down. Don't worry, you get this slide, but then let's continue. So, okay, I mean that's okay. Okay, it has read it. It's not connected now. I think it's in slow. I don't even know what I did the other time. Okay, let me remove it and add this. Okay. Okay, one of the other system is slow, but that's why the connection is taking. Okay. Because mouse. Okay. Because it will go. Okay. So, in all this, I have told you that okay, the level of planning and forecast is where you need to imagine what's going to happen. Pathway is to tell you your milestone after 3 years, after 3 years. The strategy is scenario thinking. So the roadmap, pathway, and scenario thinking is strategic input from you. You have told yourself this is going to be in 2, 3, 4, 5 years. The connection. So the pathways and flow thinking is where you put on your strategic cap. As a career person, pathways tell you the step you are going to move. If I after a certain time, start looking at your environment, whether things are changing, whether you need to review that or not. No, it's doing something. It couldn't. Let me finish the book. So, your step of creating a career map is what the pathways mean. That is, you are navigating your choice. The first thing that you do of self-assessment, What do you have? What do you have? You do a market research. What is market is asking for? Do I have it or I don't have it? Assessing current career opportunities. Where are the opportunities? So that if I'm trying to look for skill, I will not just go and look for skill for skills. I want to look for skill that will be relevant to my career. Then, new skill development. Does it need, is that a new skill or I just need to improve on what I am doing? Then, networking. How does network comes into all this? You have to be building relationship. Some of us are on social media to argue, abuse. We don't use opportunity to establish what we are, what we have. You see, for instance, if you are on maybe alumni platform and somebody make a post a news, maybe government policy or whatever, or decisions. If you are an economic student, you should be able to challenge that if you don't believe in it and you provide your evidence. Some people will abuse you. Those who don't know the value of what you are talking about. But those who have the value, they will look for you. I've got many projects on social media for people I never met because of my what input on platform discussions. Some people will challenge you. Oh, but you support the president now. Eh? Is that the reason why if I'm economic student, I can't criticize that the economic policy is using is anti-people? They are two different things now. I employ you, you are not working. Because I'm going to employ you, I cannot leave you. I can employ you now. So that is the pathway. So the last one is scenario planning. Like I said, you don't wait until it happens before start looking for alternatives. Scenario planning is about asking questions. What if industry disappear? I did masters in microbiology. Okay. I did masters in repairing electronic photocopier machine. Today, is anybody using that again? So you must start asking yourself, that's scenario thinking. What I'm doing today, what
Youth Ambassador representing Nigeria at the global stage and has served as Lagos State Youth Ambassador during initiatives on leadership, inclusivity, and peace building. She's also a three-time TEDx Compare and certified 25 under 25 change maker. She has hosted several high-profile events and trained young professionals in public speaking and leadership. She leads youth-driven projects across Nigeria and Kenya, empowering students and championing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Coincidentally, also, she graduated with a first-class Best Student in English from Lagos State University and has authored 2 books. And she continues to mentor young women in personal growth, leadership, and excellence. It's my pleasure to welcome Shukra Adeyemi, and she'll be speaking to us on effective public speaking. Assalamu alaikum.
I know we short this. I said like this. I know we short too much. We like okay, that's good. Now, assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm so honored to be here, actually, and I think I should give a very short backstory. Back in 2024, I think January 1, I can't forget because it was the first day of the year in 2024 when I attended the first I think it was an executive summit or something at the maybe Radisson Blue. Yeah, and it was really, really amazing. It was a lot of first class graduates that time. We reconnected, from Unilag, UI, Unilearning, LASU, like that. And it was really, really amazing. Mine has been UI, Unilearning, LASU, like that. And it was really, really amazing. Mine has been doing an amazing job. Let's all say Jazakumullah khairan to them. All right, my name is just Adeyemi Shukro, and I can see some of my people here. Assalamu alaikum. I'm so glad to be here this morning. So we're going to talk about, I just need 30 minutes of your time. We won't do more than that. We're going to talk about effective communication and public speaking. Yeah, so we are going to talk about effective communication and public speaking. I think the slide is not coming up, but I'm going to try to. Okay, let's see how that goes. So, just a very quick question. How many great opportunities have you missed because you can't communicate effectively? Is there anybody who has an experience that would like to share? Maybe because you couldn't speak well, you couldn't say something, and you only have to do the opportunity, or you couldn't do that presentation because you were scared of public speaking. So, no, I want you to share your experience. No, so this is a communications class, and it has to be very, very practical. So I really need people to talk. So I need to share the experience. So tell us your name and share the experience. Are you shy? I don't be shy. You can't be shy in the class. I can't hear you from here. You can hear me, right? No, I can't hear you, so go louder. I want her to try. Try first. She can do it. Who maybe one way or the other had that experience, but you may not think about it, you may not see that until you reflect on it, but it happens almost all of the time. Communication and public speaking is something that we really is an important skill that as graduates you cannot do without it. Oh, I will still do that. I'm just shuffling. Need it to, you're going to be doing a lot of interviews these days. We are fresh graduates, right? A lot of interviews, and that is what they are looking for. They don't necessarily need your CV. Oh, you graduated as a first class, so what? What are you planning to bring to the table? And it is from the way that you approach, it is from the way that you speak that would determine if you actually earned that first class graduate or they gave it to you. I remember then in that 2024, one of our speakers said that it's not only about getting a first class certificate, but about you reflecting that you are a first class person. You cannot be a first class graduate without you being a first class person. And how do you be a first class person? It's from your appearance and from the way that you speak. Because people will judge you the way you speak. That is very important. So I have here that effective communication is ability to pass a message clearly, confidently, and in the way that the listener understands. Communication and public speaking is not about you speaking big grammar, big English because you want to impress people. Nobody is here to see how you are going to impress us. Just speak and let us understand what you are talking about. It is nothing if you are speaking and at the end of the day, we are saying that what did she say? What did he say? And nobody can remember what you said. You've done woefully. You performed woefully. And in public speaking, we say that you are not successful until after some hours after your presentation, somebody can say something about what you said. Until then, you are successful. If after now, you can't remember everything that I've started saying since the very beginning, then I'm not successful at this presentation. You need to be able to remember, you may not remember everything, but at least you should be able to remember one or two things that I'm going to say here, if not everything. So there are some common communication mistakes that people make, that we all make, right? I'm going to go through that now. Speaking without structure. Whenever you have any public speaking presentation or you want to communicate with somebody, you really need to have a structure. You need that structure at every. Is it coming up? Is it coming up? Okay, great. Perfect. So I can turn off this and come back here. No, I don't need the microphone. My friends will use the Yeah, so please go to the next slide. Yes, it's much more better now. So some common public speaking communications, when we talk about public speaking, communication, they are the same thing. You cannot do public speaking is part of communication. So communication is the brother, is the mother, and public speaking is under it. So communication is you talking to the person sitting right beside you. But public speaking is a situation whereby you are standing in front of an audience. Even some scholars do not see it as standing in front of an audience. The moment you are in front of somebody or in front of two people or a group of people and you're talking to them, you're doing public speaking. So these are some common mistakes that we make in public speaking and in communications generally. Having a structure. When you want to talk to somebody, you need to organize your brain. You need to organize your thoughts. You need to organize your ideas when you want to talk. People should know that this is what you want to say. If you do not know what you want to say, then you are going to be confused at the time that you are conversing that conversation. So you need to organize your thoughts. And in public speaking, we usually have the introduction, the body, and the conclusion. So when you're doing effective communication, there should be a structure to what you are going to say. Either you want to start with your name, which is the introductory part of it, what you do, and then the body, which is probably you want to contribute to the conversation or you want to ask a question. So there should always be a structure to what you are saying. The moment you don't have a structure, there is nothing that you want to say. Everything will just be scattered and we'll be trying to place what did you just say? Have you ever been in any situation and you'll be like, please, what did you say? Take it again. I don't understand what you are saying. It's because such a person didn't have structure. So you need to communicate with structure at all times. Too many pause fillers. So in public speaking, in communications generally, we call this as in, you know, I mean, we call them pause fillers or filler words or empty fillers. If we are going into language, we call them empty fillers. Like for example, for instance, you know, we call them content fillers because they actually mean something. So there is content in them, but then they're actually filler words. You're just using them because you are thinking about what you want to say next. So that thing is your speech. The moment you are saying we speech. So you can also observe my conversation, my presentation from this beginning to the end. I mean, we are already going gradually into the middle. If you can count the number of ends that I'm going to say, you need to consistently and deliberately not say In public speaking, it is better for you to keep your mouth shut than to say just keep quiet. Because keeping quiet even helps you to think faster than you using your mouth, using your brain to say it will lower how fast you can think for the next thing that you want to say. Do you understand? So when you're speaking and you don't know what you want to say next, if you are keeping quiet for 1 second, 2 seconds, nobody will say, why are you keeping quiet? Nobody will say, what happened? But the moment it's more than 2, 3 seconds, then it might look obvious. In fact, in public speaking, it's a style because pauses are very important in public speaking. You're talking to a large number of people and you just pause for like 5 seconds. People will be wondering, you are putting them on a suspense. They will be like, what are you trying to do next? What's the next thing that you're going to say? That is how it is. And it depends on your performance. If you are doing exceptionally well and just all of a sudden you just stopped, finesse. It's just the quality of how you want your audience to take your entire speech. So pauses is one of the 4 P's of public speaking. I mean, we're not going to go really deep because public speaking is a whole lot of, it's a big course on its own. So we're not going to go so deep in it. But one of the 4 P's of public speaking is pause. Pausing is very, very important. And why? It's because speaking fades rapidly. All of the things that I've been saying since I started, you don't know it. You don't have it. I mean, you can't give it back to me back to back. Or can you? Because speaking, as in, it really mars your speech. So please avoid it at all times. Lack of confidence. This, I don't want to overflow this, but I mean, this is that thing that everybody is really scared of in public speaking. And we call it glossophobia. So the lack of public speaking, the fear of public speaking is called glossophobia. 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 That's the fear of public speaking. You don't need to be scared. To be very honest, you don't need to be scared. See, as I always say, if your audience, if they are carrying fire on their head, use your bare hands to put it on the floor. There is nothing that they will do to you. That's the truth. The moment you are in front of an audience, you have the power. Not even in front of an audience, even in a meeting. The moment you are recognized to speak in a meeting, you have the floor. Everybody is supposed to keep quiet because you have the floor to speak. So use it. The world is the stage is your world. Please own it, take it. The moment you are recognized to speak. Nobody has the power to speak except you. So at that point of speaking, you are now scared. When people they are keeping quiet for you, it's just see public speaking as everybody now. You left your houses, you are here to come and listen to me. You woke up very early with your notes you want to write and learn. And then I'm here and I'm now shivering. I don't want to talk. I don't know what to say. Won't you be disappointed? No, talk now to say. Won't you be disappointed? No, talk now. Like, you have to talk. Talk now. You shouldn't be disappointed. That is it. You've all been here so that you can come and listen to me. And now I'm now scared. You are here so that you can learn from me. I can't scared. And that is it. People keep quiet so that they can hear you speak. You can't be scared. You don't need to be scared. Don't feel like, and it's about the mindset. It's because you are thinking, hey, everybody's looking at me. Will they carry you away? Will they say, hey, keep your mouth shut? See, if somebody tells you to keep your mouth shut, ask the person why. So it's more of your personal confidence first, before you even have confidence in public speaking. And the truth is that there is nothing nobody can do. There is nothing nobody can do. I remember when as undergraduate, lecturer would be saying, hey, people will be shivering. What happened was, in as much as you've not done anything wrong, you don't need to be scared. Fear Allah. You don't need to fear any of that. I mean, you can, right? But it shouldn't be to a very large extent. It's just to talk. Fear Allah. You don't need to fear any of that. I mean, you can, right? But it shouldn't be to a very large extent. It's just to talk to people. See yourself. You need to visualize your own success. Visualize that, you're speaking to people, and at the end, everybody was clapping for you. Try to visualize that. Try to see that people, they are coming to listen to me. It will really be good for me to go and flop. Even if it is just that will give you confidence. There are lots of different tips that you can have. Taking a deep breath would help you build your confidence. Reminding yourself of the good things that you've done in the past. Maybe some success that you had in the past. You were the best graduating student in your school. You did this. You passed this exam. You were the first position here and there. That would give you personal confidence that if you can do those things, then you can do this too. Then taking deep breath, rehearsing very well would also give you confidence. You need to rehearse. You need to know what you want to go and say. So one of the reasons why a lot of people are scared of public speaking is because they do not even know what to say. So the moment you don't even have anything to say, wala tiwa, wala wa. But if you know what you want to go and say and how you want to go and say it, then there is no problem. That would give you confidence. So these little tips will really help you. Confidence is about your person. It's about you. If you don't have personal confidence, self-confidence, you can't have confidence in public speaking. You cannot steal it. You can't steal it. So you need to have confidence in yourself first before you can even have confidence in public speaking. To be honest, nobody can do you anything. You own your life. So you have to show that you are the owner of your life. And it's about taking personal leadership, personal confidence. Do things and don't do something and I'm asking you why did you do it and you're telling me you don't know why. No. You are doing something and I'm asking you why did you do this. You should be able to give me 1,000 reasons why you are doing that thing. If you can't give me reasons then, so why are you doing this thing? Why are you here? So why are you this? Why are you that? There'll be lots of questions and you'll even be questioning yourself. And that is why young people, please, when we see them speaking up, asking questions, don't tell them to keep quiet. It really demoralizes. Don't tell them, keep your mouth shut. Don't do this, don't do that. Why are you talking? Why are you doing this? No. Let's always embrace them. Let them express themselves because that is where it actually starts. I have one of my students that because our mom would always say, keep your mouth shut. When elder people are talking, you don't talk. You don't talk at all. So there is a courtesy to that. When elderly people are talking, you don't interject. But not that. So our own is that she can't even ask any question. The mom would always beat her. So she's a corporate person now, but she can't excel in that corporate space. Whenever she wants to talk, she's always shaking. She's the one doing the work, but she can't explain it. She can't present it. Other people will present it. And she has not been promoted for the past 3-4 years. And she has been the one doing the work. She's always crying in my DM. Oh my goodness. But it's changing now. And it was because of our background. So please, let's try to help these young people. When they are talking, when they are asking questions, they're always very curious. Don't tell them to kick them up. Don't tell them bad words. Questions, they're always very curious. Don't tell them to kick them up. Don't tell them bad words. Because you tell you, you're stupid, you're this, you're that. They will always remember that thing. And if a child will not be able to say, no, I'm not stupid. Because the girl or the boy has been accustomed to hearing from home that, I'm a stupid child. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So because that is actually what grows with us. and it comes to personal confidence. And personal confidence, you can't have confidence in public speaking if you don't even have personal confidence. So poor eye contact. A lot of that's even a myth that when you're doing public speaking, you look above your head. If you're looking above your head, tell me, how will you know that you're communicating? How will you know that you're actually talking to a real human being? Look in front. Well, look at them. Look at them. Sharp, sharp. That's even how you're going to know that, oh, okay, I think you're doing something right. That would even give you confidence. You're looking at people and you're saying some people, just look at some people in the audience that they're smiling at you. Their eyes is not like, they're smiling at you. They're nodding that, that's true. You're looking at that kind of people. They'll give you confidence. Okay, I think I'm here. I think I'm saying something that makes sense. So you need to look at them. To be honest, if their eyes is fire, look at it. The moment you're in front of them, you have the power. And that's to implement. An employer is saying that come and take interview. It's because they like you, it's because they want you. That's why they say you should come for the interview. You don't need to be scared at the interview stage. If you don't see my skills very important to your organization, you won't tell me to come for the interview now. So be confident that I even made it to the interview stage. Hey, it's me and you people today. Just prepare very well. They are all humans as well, and everybody has been in that situation. Before the person became CEO, you are also interviewed now. So you're just starting. It's not your own. It's not that you are late, or not that they are the Almighty. Nobody is almighty except Allah. Please, look at them. Look at them. Talking too fast. Well, I think I talk too fast at times as well, but I've been able to master it. Even if I talk too fast, you will still be able to catch up with what I'm saying. But for some people, I have a student that if she speaks like this, like they should don't know what any as a prayer and you don't hear anything. So even if you are talking too fast, at times in public speaking, we see it as okay, that's why you are rushing. You don't need to rush. You have the stage. Easy. You don't need to rush and quickly go. Why? Say what you want to say it well, and then you leave. Even from the way that you walk, God, we know that initially they were confident by. If I want to judge public speaking competitions, the moment the person is already walking to the stage, I know if they are confident or not. There is a way that you walk. You be like, you will know that this one cannot do this. You can't do it. I rather say, do you want to go and come back? Because I'm a nice person, although I might be very strict. Remember, a classic the society. So talking too fast, you don't need to be too fast and you don't need to be too slow. Just go at your normal pace. That's the second P of public speaking, pace. The pace is how fast or how slow you are when you're speaking. So just be at your normal pace. You don't need to rush and you don't need to be too slow. And there is another P, which is pace. Another meaning of pace in public speaking. Pacing is you going like this. What are ladies and gentlemen? I am that thing walking all around. We call it pacing. So when you are pacing, you are scared. You don't need to pace. Just stay and say what you want to say and go. Not understanding the audience. You need to know who you are coming to talk to. So let's say that I'm coming to talk to children about public speaking. I can't even tell them about public speaking. It has to be communications. Because public speaking is like high level. So it has to be communications. I can't prepare these slides for them. They won't understand. So that is why you need to understand the audience that you're going to talk to, so that you're not out of context. Reading directly from your slides. So this is advanced public speaking. When you're doing presentation, there is a way you structure your slides. It shouldn't be too wordy. It shouldn't be too wordy. That's just it. It shouldn't be too wordy. Don't put everything that you want to say word for word inside your slide when it's not that is a speech. So it should be short. As you can see, it's just the bullet point that I listed, and I'm using my mouth to explain it. So, please, next slide. I know my time is fast spent. All right, what makes a great public speaker? I said clarity. Clarity is being clear of what you are going to do. You understand what you are going to do. Confidence, I've talked about confidence. Connection, you need to find a connection between yourself, what you're talking about, and your audience. How is it important to them? How are they going to learn so much from you? And consistency, there is no other way to build confidence in public speaking than to do it consistently. I'll take that again. There is no other way to build confidence in public speaking than to do it consistently. Not only public speaking, there is no other way to be professional in something if you do not do it over and over again. So the only way to learn how to speak is to speak. Just keep speaking. Next slide. How to speak with confidence. Prepare well. I've talked about that. Practicing aloud really helps you. Slowing down. You don't need to rush. Pause intentionally. I know I mentioned that earlier as well. Maintaining eye contact. I've explained this. And breathe. See, just breathe. You are human beings. If you not breathe, better don't kill yourself. Better don't kill yourself. The public speaking will come and go. And then you'll not be like, I did bad. If you want to do something and regret later, no. So now I want people to introduce themselves in 30 minutes. And I can point at anybody. Sorry. In 30 seconds. And I can point at anybody. Hey, what are to share? Abi? What are today? Survive. Abi, oh yeah, so let me volunteer first. I need at least one. One word. Please go. Yeah. Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Currently, I'm a makeup artist. I also work at a low money service.
How was it? What was the experience? I mean,
to be honest,
no, she's sincere. Yes, but the fact that you were able to do it, so how do you feel? Nothing will happen. That's the truth. Nothing will happen. And you even feel good about yourself that you're even able to do it. Now you've sold yourself. You're a makeup artist. You work with OPE. Big woman. So I want one more person here. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My name is Kofi Afolabi. I'm a graduate of Islamic Studies, Religions and Peace Department, Lagos State University. I served in H.I.R.E University, where I had a professional certificate in maritime conflict management. So I know as a maritime counselor, even after graduating as an Islamist. And after I yes, I am married.
He's married. He's married, I know.
So after that, I am a fashion designer, as you can see.
I agree to that. I agree to that one.
By me, and I've been in business right from my undergraduate level because I had a shop there, even as a
say yourself
so
now.
I'm a tailor, and I would like if I have to patronize my people here because I do it well. I have a working shop at
30 seconds to play. You want to? We know you. You see? Advertisement. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My name is H.I.R.E, from the University of Lagos, Faculty of Architecture. So yeah, I'm currently running my master's in 2024 to architecture master's 2 years of my final year. And I intend which is quite an exhausting profession. Yeah, also about a lot of language for us. So yeah, like I said, on that division of architecture in connection to, and with my research on the group chat, I realized that I'm the only Muslim student that graduated with first class in architecture and architecture. So yeah, I'm open to whatever design, interior, building, anything that's
Please, give him work for exercise. I don't need microphone. Tegbula. Thank you so much for sharing. How do you feel? I won't ask you how you feel. I mean, I know you very well. But I know you very well now. You've been in this. You've been doing this before now. Were you scared? You've been doing this before. Personal, yes, that's the thing. It's about you. It's your personal confidence. It's your mindset. Nobody got confidence from heaven. No. We learned it. Public speaking is a skill and it can be learned, and that is why you are here. Thank you very much once again. So the key takeaway: the voice is powerful. Okay, yes, I remember I wanted to say something very quickly. As a public speaker, please ensure that you're not using more than your time. If they say do something in 30 seconds, it's better for you to leave than they say, oh, yeah, malo. Do you get? So that time management is very, very important. Your key takeaway, your voice is very powerful. Your voice is powerful. See, I can shout and they will hear the next beauty. So the thing about public speaking is that when you're speaking, you need to target the person at the back, even without a microphone. You should be able to target the person at the back so that the person can hear you. That is the power of public speaking. So your voice is the most important thing. Your confidence grows with practice. I said you need to do it over and over again. Great speakers are not made, they are not born. Nobody, Barack Obama, who is one of the greatest orators in the world today, was not born with it. He learned it, so you can learn it as well. Communications is a leadership skill. See, the moment you can speak well, you just feel like you can lead a team. So you can talk. Whenever there is a problem, they know you can say something, so lead the team. So it just naturally builds your leadership skills. And finally, I think that should be my next final slide. Yeah, as I speak clearly, speak confidently, and speak with purpose. You can't just speak on the air. And your ability to communicate can take you where your certificates cannot. I'm a testament to that. You know, the moment you just like, did you study English? Yes, I did. If I'm speaking, you don't know that I studied English from before. So what's the essence of my English language? You have to know. And then speaking, they just feel like, oh, you can do this, you can do that. Oh, come on the radio. Oh, come on this show. Oh, come and represent the company. Oh, come and do this, come and do that. There are just lots of opportunities that would come to you. And so, as from now, are you promising me that you're going to speak effectively, with confidence, with purpose, with clarity, with finesse, with poise, with everything? Baby steps, yes. You know, I said it's a consistent thing. It's not something that's go like this. Now that I can speak in front of 1,500 people. My dad, you flop. Oh. So it's a gradual thing. You need to consistently build it. You need to consistently build it. You can connect with me. I do this. Yeah, I have an academy actually. If you want to further, you can reach out to me. Although I don't have time, but I'll try. Yeah, I have a public speaking academy that I run when I have time. But I'm trying to be consistent. So, yeah, you can connect with me on social media, and I'm available for questions. Please go ahead. No, you're not standing on any existing protocol. Who laid the protocol that you're standing on? Who? No, you did not lay it. So that thing is also a controversial thing in public speaking. No, so protocol is not your name. Protocol is actually you recognizing people. Okay, let's say the executive secretary of mine, for instance, he gets what I'm saying. So protocol is you identifying people who is supposed to be identified. Let's say we are in a convocation of Unilag. You are starting with the chancellor. No, is it chancellor or vice chancellor? Anyhow, I think it's chancellor now. You are starting with the chancellor of University of Lagos, professor something. The vice chancellor of that's protocols. Do you get? So just greet us and go ahead. Yeah. I have pictures, right? Or nothing.
I know you are and we're not even
so that we call that impromptu speaking in public speaking. That's an impromptu speaking. So impromptu speaking is a form of public speaking that you do without any preparation, without any preparation. So what do? Structure your mind. structure your thoughts. If possible, have a paper and a pen to quickly dribble something on it. Just say, oh, you want to talk about this, and this, and this, and that. Just quickly structure your thoughts. Then now take it one after the other. If you're doing impromptu speaking, they're not expecting you to be perfect. So you don't need to overtalk. Just keep it short and simple and leave. After all, is an impromptu speaking. So just quickly structure your thoughts. Maybe you have a topic. Do you know the meaning of that thing? Say the meaning. Oh, maybe you now want to talk about the benefits of it, and then you leave the state. They are not expecting you to say that perfectly. But the most important thing for you when you're doing impromptu public speaking is for you to structure your thoughts. Know what you want to say first. Okay, the definition, then the benefits, and then you are done. So don't overflow it. Don't say too much so that you not go out of context. You're like, madam, what are you talking about? Any other question? Hey, women they are giving me fire. Why is Sarah? So academic presentation is a form of public speaking. Okay, let's say you want to defend your project, right? Yes, that's an academic presentation. Or you are doing your master's degree, you want to defend your thesis or your capstone project, sort of. That's an academic presentation. So it's a form of public speaking. As I said, public speaking is anything that you do in front of an audience. So in as much as you are presenting your papers to your lecturers or in front of an audience, that's also a presentation. That's a form of public speaking. So the same thing that applies to public speaking applies to that thing because you are doing public speaking at that point in time. So you need to, of course, have your slides. Your slides should not be wordy, as I mentioned earlier. So everything that applies to it applies to that as well. Hope I answered the question. Any other question? You know what needs to go. You know what needs to go.
Now, Jazakallah khairan for your presentation.
I'm shy.
I have two things here. Number one is that when you are discussing, you made mention of talking too fast. So, and I believe that there are some people that will listen to them when they are speaking. It could be in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, maybe those in America. They speak so much fast, and we can hear and we deduce the information. Doesn't mean that they are not good in speaking based on what you've said. That's one. Number two is that you made mention of pacing when one of the P's of public speaking is that when you are asked to speak, you don't have to move from place to place. Just maintain the podium, right? But some of us, we are speakers, we are teachers, we lectures, and I've listened to a particular public speaker just like you, that when you are speaking, you have to stand, you have to move so that the audience will feel your impact, especially in the class. Because one of the definitions they give to us when talking about public speaking is that whenever you are being called to come and speak, it's a form of for you talking to the audience. Now, in a classroom, when you have to talk to students, are you supposed to stand? Why
Right,
you look at the
teacher.
back? Yes.
Right, teacher.
So how do you go about that? Thank you very
see
much.
that. I already see that. No, so okay, so to your first question. So yeah, people from America, from the US, from the UK, from London, from Canada, from New Zealand, from Australia, they are the native speakers of the language. They own the language, they're the owner of the language, so they can speak very fast. It's like you speaking Yoruba very fast. No matter how fast you're speaking Yoruba, other people will don't understand what you're saying. As you mentioned, you also said that as they're speaking fast, you heard them, you understood what they are saying. So it's fine. It is for us because the English language is not our own language. So you don't need to speak fast. So that you don't go and make mistakes. As they are speaking fast, are they making mistakes? No. But if you speak fast, you can make a mistake. Usually if you are not very good with expressing yourself with the language. So that is why we advise that you don't speak too fast and don't fake any accent. Just pronounce your words very clearly and you're good to go. To your second question, so you are mixing it up. As I said, one of the 4 P's of public speaking is pace. The pace that I mean here is how fast or how slow you are when you're speaking. But there is another pace in public speaking, which means you're going like this. You're not walking around. You're going like, you've not seen people doing debates or they're not going like this. My name is, you've not seen it. So this is pacing. You walking around within your audience is not pacing. No, that's just you trying to engage them. Do you understand now? So one of the 4 P's is space. That's how fast or how slow you are. But this thing, we also call it pacing in public speaking. So it has two different meanings. Do you get? Then you moving to your audience is fine. It's absolutely fine because it depends on the kind of thing that you're doing. It depends on the kind of presentation. Is that you? It depends on the kind of presentation that you're doing. You're a teacher. Yes, you have to do that. But if it is a core corporate event or core corporate presentation, you're supposed to stay here and not leave here. If you want to leave, you don't go too far from your lectern. This thing is what we call lectern, what a lot of people call podium. Well, you can call it podium, that's American English, but we're in Nigeria, so we use British English. So this is a lectern. So you don't move too far away from your lectern. If it's a very high professional corporate setting, then you have to stick to this. But of course, this is a training, not too professional. I mean, not too strict to it. Staying here, so you can still move around. Even if it is corporate space, you might feel like, oh, there is a need for you to move around so that people can feel your impact. You can do that. But at the time that you want to conclude your public speaking, you need to end it here because you started here. You must start here and finish here. In the middle, you might want to walk around. And at times, we also talk about the V shape of using the lectern. Like you coming like this, 1, 2, 3, then going back as you're talking, then you go again like this. So there is also a professional way of using the microphone, using the lectern. It's a whole lot, as I said. Public speaking is an entire course on its own. I hope I answered your question. Any further question? Mr. Sulaiman, I'm a master student too. I have a class today. Oh yeah, yes. Don't worry. To my the class, but you can fail, right? Yeah, no, big thing.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ihsan Ahmad.
I know.
I finished from this prestigious university. This faculty. Great things to apologize. All right. My question is about pace as well, right? My question is about pace as well. There are sometimes you want to make a presentation and you really don't want to go fast, but sometimes you can't help it as well. So how do you, can you give some tips? Like I have a pace I've started for this presentation, but in the middle of the presentation I find myself going too fast. What can I do to like just calm myself back?
You pause.
Like,
so the thing is that see, okay, let me let you learn. Maybe you have a further question, but I got what you're saying.
Like maybe you should just be more precise. Like what kind of pause? How can you just pause without making it awkward or something like that?
Obvious too. So I'm going to tell you the story of one of my students. I said she speaks so fast. You'll be like, gently, but it is about consistent practice. People who stammer, they can do public speaking without stammering. It is about consistent practice. You want to say, just keep your mouth shut and then take it again. So it is, how do I put it? Intentionality. So that you need to be intentional, you need to be deliberate. So in the moment you see that, you are running too fast, you can just pause. You can just pause a second or 2 seconds and now continue with what you are saying. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that while a lot of people do not just intentionally pause, just intentionally take it one after the other. How do you do that? Try to pronounce a word finish. Pronounce it finish before you go to the next one. Don't merge everything. That's how to start. So the moment you say, okay, you're already running very fast. Okay, let me now take it one after the other. Did you get what I just did now? So it's about you just try to pronounce one word, finish, before you go to the next word. Then you can call yourself back to order. So it's a lot about intentionality. You need to be conscious of, I'm in front of an audience. I can't stammer here. Even if you're a stammerer, I can't do, I can't speak. That lady, she still speaks very fast on a normal day. But the moment she's on a stage, Emma, don't let me call her name. Emma, she won't call me. So it's about conscious effort. Just consciously bring yourself back and pronounce a word. Just pause for a second. You are rushing. Where are you going to? Then now start to pronounce one word to the next, to the next, to the next, then you can balance back. Another question. Somebody raised hand. But after this one, that's all I did.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Okay, my name is Saka Kodu Yaradua. I'm a graduate of this university, University of Lagos. So I have two questions. First, let me appreciate your presentation.
I'm shy.
I've actually also added to my knowledge today. My first question is that how can you break the barrier of shyness? Like, I'm a teacher, I'm a civil servant. So I have encountered many students that they are shy to speak publicly. Then how can you break the barrier for such students like that? Then for we too, teachers, sometimes when we go to some trainings or workshop and that you are being called to come and comment on a particular discussion. So in the midst of the audience, maybe you have one of your guys there or your best friend or the rest. Sometimes you feel like my guy is here. So how can you break this barrier of shyness in this particular situation? Then the same thing for students. What are the tips that you can give us that we can also use for our students? There are some of them, when you move closer to them, you know that, but you are very brilliant. But why can't you say this answer? But some of them, when you ask them, what is 1 + 1? They, I cannot say it. I'm shy. So thank you.
Children, that is mostly, and I don't know. Such a child. So how can you now help such a child? Talk to the parents. They need to, maybe there is something they are doing that is really demeaning the value, the confidence of such a child. So it needs to start from home. It needs to start from home. Then in school as well, you can always talk about talking to the child. Let the child know that I will not beat you. Even if you don't get the answer right, I'm not going to beat you. I'm going to encourage you. In fact, I'm going to clap for you. You know, little things like that to motivate the child. Okay, see this child, see, because she missed it, but you not beat her. So you can also do that, things like that. Telling the child and saying that, you're also a human being. See, I can do this. If you do it, if you get it very well, I'm going to clap you, I'm going to buy you sweets. I want, just to cajole such a child. So little things like that will help the child, but it's mostly from home. Then don't talk negative words to the child. Even to bash or to bash him, it might judge him because oh my dear, I'm only my teaching government okay, so those little things is about how the child has been growing up. So what you can do is to encourage the child, push him grow, just talk to the child and all of that. Presenting in front of our professors, just do it. So the most important thing is just that make sure you do your research well. Because if you quote anything that is not inside they are going to bounce you back. Just ensure that you've done your own homework very well. And try to remember that, you can do this, you've done all of this. Your past achievement, it really gives you confidence. Your past achievement is, saying good things about yourself will really help you. So just keep reminding yourself that, just keep reminding yourself, and we can talk. I can give you my number, or you can come to WhatsApp. I will not respond. But on Instagram, I'm very active. This is my passion. I want to go. Please don't let me miss class.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Adeyemi Baraka.
The family member.
I'm a graduate of Chemistry Education, University of Lagos. The first choice and nation's pride. So my question is, you mentioned 4 P's of public speaking, and you only gave us 3. What is the last one? And how does it apply to public speaking? And you can drop it on the group chat for us.
The 4 P's. We have the pause, like PAUSE. We have the pace, PACE. We We have the poise, Poise, and we have the power. Yes, power. So your power as a public speaker is in the right energy that you're exerting into the presentation that you're doing. This is a public speaking class. See the kind of energy So you can read that out. Those are the 4 P's. Your pause, your pace, your power, and your poise. Thank you for that. Please let's connect. Let's connect. My number is 0816795.
Hopefully, with something called the executive call. So hopefully, people like you will set up the quality platform so that you can engage with that. But what we want to bring very good speakers and also people that you want to interact with. And you don't have to decide to come and speak to us in this session, but you can get on a 10-15 minute call and then you can begin with that. So if you time, please have the refreshments and bring on the next speaker in the next 5 minutes. That's all I want.
The father Lama, right? Yeah. A dear brother, current executive secretary of Movement for Islamic Culture and Awareness, and also the MD of several businesses. But paramount of all is Kingsworth Consult. It's my pleasure to welcome to the lectern Mr. Abdulhamid Damwali, who will be taking us on 6 Thinking Hats. A very useful session that would guide us in thinking and making our meetings and interactions a bit more robust and looking at things from different angles and learning to appreciate differences of opinion, which is important in this day and age, but it's also a personal development tool that will help us in interacting in any space that we find ourselves. So please give a listen and a big takbir to Abdulhamid Dawali.
The first class graduates, yeah, stand up. She told me that we all are we all first class graduates? So we are not all first class graduates. If you are going to vote in the next election, if you are not going to vote in the next election, please sit down. So a reasonable number of you are taking to vote at this election. Thank you very much. Please sit down. For those who have decided not to vote, can I have one of you as volunteers? Please stand up if you. Yeah, stand up, please. Is it that I'm too short for this life? Okay, so what's your name, sister? Your name is what? Okay, Obisonya Zainab. You are from Oyo State. What? Obisonya. Okay, Obisonya. You are not voting. So have you thought of the outcome of that, your decision not to vote?
No.
Okay, so decisions do have repercussions, effects, and outcome. And perhaps you might be the only vote that will be the difference between the next good government or the very bad government. Have you thought of that?
Well, why I don't want to vote in Nigeria?
You want to go to Canada? Okay, so the vote doesn't count most times. What if it's likely to count next time? Do you know for sure?
Yeah, it might or it might not.
So why don't you gamble?
I don't want to gamble.
Why don't you stand with the possibility that it might count? Why? Why not? Why not stand with it? It might count. Why are you standing with it will not count? Okay. Thank you very much. Please sit down. So our lives are largely the result of our decisions. Whether they are good decisions or bad decisions, when you take them, they end up becoming the reasons why things are either good or bad. So it's very important to consider making good decisions, thinking through decisions before we make them. Today, we'll be looking at 6 Thinking Hats. It's a decision-making tool. It allows you or gives you an opportunity to, rather than just take a position or a decision, look at matters more robustly look at other people's sides and perspectives, so that at the end of the day, you might come up with a decision that is better and in the interest of all. So that's exactly why we are here. We'll be spending like 20-25 minutes looking at this. It's not enough time, but that's all I have. But we'll see how far we can go with this decision. I want to start by saying, why is this important? We live in a world today where things are going upside down. A few weeks ago, the most powerful man in the world, President Trump, took a decision in conjunction with his partner, Netanyahu, to invade Iran. According to them, this decision was predicated on the fact that Iran was close to having a nuclear weapon. Not just that, they do not have the capacity to survive an attack. So if we just go there, bomb and kill a few people, they will fall apart. They also took a decision and believe that if they killed the leaders, the citizens are going to stand up and invite America to come over and take over the country. Last week, the President of the United States confessed on live TV that they were mistaken. Between that day and last week, thousands of people have been killed, a lot of lives destroyed. In fact, the first set of institution bomb was a school, and 175 girls died in that bomb. Billions of dollars have been expended and wasted on weapons, monies that could have been better used for feeding not just his image, but his capacity to fight war. I don't want to get involved in the last few Unilag conflicts, so I will skip my alma mater for sake of peace, and not to oppress any of our prestigious universities. Okay, so We are first class graduates. Ordinarily, we shouldn't be talking to you about it. But the truth is that even first class graduates make wrong decisions. It's meant you put into thinking properly about your decisions. So even if my decisions, I'm going to fail. It's important for you to understand some of our decisions are based on the I will give you an example. And this is a man has a factory here in Nigeria. He has 2 cars, that's everything, 3 houses. I move abroad. Some say it's for the sake of the children. Some say no, it's because of the money. Then we go to UK and struggle with others to start all over again, to cope with the very harsh cold weather and all of that. It's so, I mean, you can go home and continue to think about it. Did the man get his priorities right? I know a family, the husband was doing very well. They had 3 houses. They had so much houses that they allowed their relatives to be living in one of their houses without pay. Then they sold everything and went to America. Unfortunately, the first year they landed, COVID came. They lost one of their children. Is it good decision? Is it bad decision? Are they getting their priorities right? Or am I the one that is not looking at the reality of this country? Everybody should live. The economy is really bad. Why are we still here? So these are the basis upon which we make some decisions. Actions. Somebody will slap you and you want to slap the person back. That is also debatable. It's also debatable. But let me share a story with you. Several years ago, I left my alma mater. Again, I will not name the alma mater. I was with my president. We were doing rag day. We had decided to go to, because that's where big people are selling, Abi. Why waste your time doing pangolo on the road, hoping that somebody will go take a couple? I had aunties who had big shops. I knew that we get their full can. That's what will happen. And that's exactly what happened. But on the road, somebody insulted and slapped conductor. Conductor slapped the person back and he went down, bam. And is it those who voted for good decision earlier to slap back? Is this still a good decision? Okay. You are your own next slide. Most people really don't think. We just react. We look at I've been slapped. Is it not a shame? You want to say something? We get emotional. At least I can understand the women. What is it about the men that they are getting emotionally involved? Why are you emotionally involved? The Lord Jesus Christ, as the let me not use that term. The Messiah, Jesus Christ, they turned the next cheek. That's what they say in Christianity. And follow that one and just walk away. You see, the world is so difficult today that certain things are already beyond us. Do you know what it costs to maintain somebody at the cheapest hospital? Yourself at the cheapest hospital. You know, our cars, they say we should do insurance. We do third party. That's the smallest money we want to waste on another person's car. But imagine that with hospital. If somebody, people are even choosing, say, is St. Nicholas or nothing? Why do you want to take decisions that will put you in such a situation? Why do you want to react and not be proactive? Why do you want to just do something without thinking? Or without thinking through it properly. Like 2 years now or 3 years, a very intelligent president stood on a podium like this and said, subsidy is removed. It's good background. What was that? Smugglers are busy getting our oil out of the country too cheaply. Okay, how much are we losing? Hey, we are losing up to $1 billion. Okay, that makes sense. Good argument. But we ask the question, what are we likely to change that status quo? Bad decision. Because we did not think thoroughly enough. Okay, so today we are probably losing far more than $6 billion in terms of what we. Okay, so if you owe somebody $1 million and the rate of exchange was ₦1, so you are only going to pay ₦1 million. If you do something and your exchange rate goes up and you now have to be 10-1, what are you going to pay back? 10 million. Did the president think thoroughly enough? Okay, let us even say the president has some Ojoro magic somewhere that will protect government. Government are now buying solar panel for Aso Rock. But what about these citizens? It will reach us one day. Amen. So really, reacting under pressure just because I hit the last man. He did not give me automatic ticket. So I'm going to cancel everything. I will come up with new things, strange things, foolish things. But they know me now, I'm Mr. Intelligent, and then soon everything will be right. Is everything right now? Houses went up on the double in Abuja for like 2 years. Imagine you're paying 250,000 this year. Next year, landlord says 500. The next year says 1 million. People don't even know what they will pay next year. So these are the challenges you have when we do not think enough, when we only react. Is we put ourselves in very precarious situations and then even affect many more people. Next slide. And we're just talking about decisions in our individual and private lives. But decisions are made in public life too. Decisions are made at party levels, decisions are made at board levels, decisions are made at meeting level. Some organizations cannot have a successful meeting. They will go and come back fighting. But why is this so difficult? Yes, it's difficult. Why? Because we are all coming from different backgrounds, different colors. Some women, okay, some of you would have observed, if anybody put their slippers anywhere in your room, you are offended and you put it where it should be. Who is that in this one? They are like that. What's your name again? Zara. Zaula. Saula. Okay, sorry about that. Saula is gold. Good people like things to be done properly. They are very precise about tradition, matters of where the spoon should be, where things should be in the kitchen, where you should put their shoes. So if you are their roommates and you scatter immediately you are getting into the room, shoe is going there, shirt is going somewhere else, you will always have some. Who is like that in this room? Shoes everywhere. Okay. No, I have a volunteer right at the back. That person is orange. Orange people don't care about rules. They just want to have fun, do things in easiest way, go up and down and be happy. Why do you need rules? Eh? Very green. You guys need to be professional. Life cannot continue like this. They expect super standard from everyone and they exact it from everybody. They judge you by that parameter. Imagine all these three people in one board meeting trying to decide how to carry Jero from Lagos to Kaduna. So that's why our meetings don't usually, I forgot that there's a blue person too. That blue person is very warm, loves the world, loves everybody. He or she is probably going to be the glue that will bring everybody together in that room. Everything goes. Let's just be happy. Let's be kind. The blue person will come and say, "Ladies, our journal is here." Say, "Oh, how?" The next flat, they went to bed yesterday without food. I have donated our pot of soup. Okay, so the world is filled with people, orange, gold, green, and blue. And we are supposed to come to meetings to take decisions. How do we do this successfully? So there's this man, De Bono, who came up with this six thinking acts. I have only 10 more minutes, so I will just really go straight to the point. What he's suggesting is that instead of going to a meeting and just running it anyhow, and then we all get hurt at the end of the day. You know, when Sister Salad makes a suggestion, Brother Rashid is angry and say that's not a wise thing to say. You understand? And then somebody makes another very bad comment, and before you know it, we all hate ourselves at the end of the meeting. He says there are better ways to do meetings. He says you can run a meeting with 6 acts: the white, the red, the black, the yellow, the green, and the blue. What he's trying to say here is let's do our meetings creating the necessary environment for everybody to understand the different perspectives that might affect that subject matter that is of interest to anyone or all of us. Welcome our dear friend. So if we bring all of these perspectives to bear, then we might all be able to see things better. The idea or tool is also to allow us to be able to see everything positively. So the way it works is this. We play the white card, all of us together. So for the white, we remove emotions in this discussion when we are playing the white card. What's the fact? In 2023, what's the fact? The federal government has expended, say, 3 billion, or if I remember very well, about 4.5 billion, supporting the naira. This is too much money to go to waste. But what's the fact? Though they are supporting the naira at 4.something billion, naira was exchanging at 457 to a dollar. Fuel subsidy was at 165. In fact, it was so painful. I was in the petrol station when they changed the commodity. It was not yet my turn. Imagine buying before the change. Anyway, so the fact we know, the fact that was lacking is what we don't know. So what will happen in 2 years, in 1 year? The government assumed that we might go to 750 and then you come down gradually to 400, 500. Did that happen? If government is not doing abracadabra, will it not have gone to 3,000? So the fact of the matter is that with white, you need to get the evidence. So when we are talking, Salat is talking, Abdulrashid is talking, everybody is talking facts only. No sentiments, no emotions. So we gather all the facts, we put this on the table as we know it. When we are done, this would have impacted our decision making somehow, but we are not done yet. So we go to the second cap. Feelings. No need for facts. I hate the VC. That's why I'm here. We must remove the VC. There is nothing about it. It's not anything he has done. It's all everybody can pour out all their emotions here. We know that it's all about emotions. It's important to take into consideration. We may not be able to rule it out. And yes, if we do not remove the subsidy, the border country are going to be getting fatter and we are going to get leaner and all of that and all of that. Okay, so we will take all of that into consideration. Next art, black art. Critical thinking at its root. Look at the risk, the weaknesses, the consequences and danger of this decision we want to take. What is likely to go wrong? What if the dollar does not stop at 500 or 750? What if it goes beyond that? What if it gets to? What if young people who ordinarily do not follow any rule see this as an opportunity to start buying dollars and keeping it under their pillow? And because they are buying it, the thing keeps going up and up until we get to 3,000. Who is thinking about this risk, weakness, consequences, and dangers of this our decision? We get all of that perspective and still hold on. We are not taking a decision yet. Next card. Yellow art. Deliberately seek out the best case, find the value and the opportunity. So we look at all of these things we have said. What's the value in this decision? Those who are saying we should remove subsidy. What's the value in those who are saying we should remove subsidy? What's the benefits in it for Nigeria? The benefit is that we will have more money to spend. But do we have more money to spend? We critically look at the risk is that the cost to government will go up. So is there more money to spend in that case? No. So because the government international bodies for the monies we are borrowed at 1:1, 1:2, 1:500, we are now going to pay 1,500 to 1 to meet those obligations. Not just that. If it cost government 457 million naira to build a university, then it will now cost you 1.5 trillion to build the same university. Are we truly making this? So this is where you play art, green art, break free from the obvious generation, break free from the obvious, generate new ideas without judgment of criticism. No, why are we always doing yellow buildings? Why not blue? Why not green? What will happen if we make it white? What will go wrong if we say it's black house and all of that? This is where you add that to all of the decisions you are making, so that you now have more robust way of looking at things. Should we do things continually or traditionally? Or we can look at things from a different point of view. Why have we always had this meeting in Lagos? Why don't we carry it to Kaduna? At least just buy us flight tickets for everybody. It might be fun anyway. We are largely orange. Next slide. The conductor's art manages the process and decides which, let me help you with the blank points. What color is that? Blue. So this is where you look at structure, direction, leadership, and decisions for all of the things we have been talking about. We now start to put it together, make it make more sense. Don't forget we are in a meeting. We are talking about a decision, and now we are at a point where we need to start making it normal, structured, start to have leadership, a direction, so that then at the end of the day, when we are right, we are right. This is the last color, I guess. So if you have been able to put all of that together, remember something I told you earlier. When we are thinking blue, we are all thinking blue. It's not like I was thinking blue, Abdulrasheed was thinking red, Salat was thinking yellow. No. When we are doing blue, everybody is bringing their sense of direction. When we are thinking white, everybody is bringing their facts. So when you now have all of this together, we are now able to make a decision as a group that is viable. And I've used this tool for years. It's easy, although I created a shortcut version that I use, but really it works very well. I rarely have meetings where people go home as enemies. I don't let people be adversaries in meetings any longer. We follow this approach. When we are looking at what's right about something, everybody is saying what is right about that thing. when we are now going to look at what we messed up, what we did wrong at our last symposium, everybody is talking about what we did wrong. So there is no need, even the PM that led the thing is talking about what went wrong. That way, at the end of the day, we'll have a decision that is solid, that everybody agrees with, and there's no problem. So I was going to ask us to look at a scenario here, but I want to shift that and replace with something else. But it's also it's just faster and simpler. Okay, so I was talking about the person who sold everything and left for UK. There is another scenario similar that I want your take, and it's in two portions. First, about this time last year, or when we were having this event last year, the Amir of MINDCAP called me and said there's a slot for a MINDCAP member to be employed at NNPC. So, and I should get MINDCAP members I should get a CV of the MINDCAP member. So I told my people to start looking for this. So they started looking for a MINDCAP member. So they narrowed down to a young lady and then sent me the CV. But while that was going on, I was there. The information came to me while I was amidst that last set of first class students. Somebody was telling me, why not first class students? Why a MINDCAP member? I know that I'm a MINDCAP member. I have daughters and sons that are also in the organization. Why can't they benefit? But really, something told me that these are the people who are looking forward to becoming our best ambassadors in the future. What if we invest in them? Will they invest in the people coming after them? So I said, okay, they should give me 5 engineers there. They gave me. I looked at their CV, sent it to Rabia. I said, the best thing that was on top is from Ogun State. We do have a branch in Ogun State. I said, yes, I mean, he's not a MINDCAP member. He has a first. Amin is also a part of this first class celebration. MINDCAP is a party, a foundation member of the set of organizations that started mine. So I explained to them, okay, let's look at it. Then the result of the lady MINDCAP came. She just finished a master's class in UK. And it's like, shouldn't she be the one? Then I was like, no, that boy, he's gone around there. And then we took that decision. Then a few months later, an opportunity came again, H.I.R.E. And I started looking for the girl. So the first dilemma was, should we have given it to a MINDCAP member or a member of the Muslim community? I know that's easy for all of us. What's the answer? Okay, so if you are for anybody in the Muslim community, raise up your hand. MINDCAP member. Some of you who think you are giving it to a MINDCAP member. Okay, that's good decision. Thank you for supporting MINDCAP. We didn't do that. We gave it to the MSS young chap. And for your information, he's doing very well at NNPC now. He spent some 45 days in intensive care. I don't call that intensive training. The next time I saw it, I couldn't recognize it. It's like 3 times his size. It was locked up in an hotel zone where they were just feeding and paying, and they have not even started his employment. Anyway, a few months later, another opportunity came, H.I.R.E. And the admin said, I said, what about that our girl? So, okay, this is an opportunity. I ran after the girl. Oh, yes, I'm ready. And we gave her the slot. She started the application process. The day she was supposed to come for physical interview in Abuja, they couldn't reach her in Abuja. They reached out to Amira. They reached out to me. I reached out to her. After a while, she picked the call and said, why are you not at it? She said, I'm in London. What are you doing in London? She said, left to me. I want this job. But my family says I must stay in UK and have become a citizen. So I ask you, is this a good decision or a bad one? Remember, you remember your life is largely the result of your decision. On that note, I leave. Thank you very much.
I'm sure there are no questions. I'm sure. Do we have any questions? We'll have time for just 2 questions. We are fast. Time is fast spent, and I would like to bring on the next person. So if you have any questions, let me see your hand up, please. 1. Any from the ladies? Any questions from the ladies? Okay, so we can take one more, brother. Just one question, Abi. Okay, so ask the question, please.
I want to ask that if you're in the middle of making a decision and you have very limited time, how can you manage making that decision without also appearing vulnerable? Like maybe something like a negotiation. How can you make that decision? Consider all the necessary without making sure that there is a point in time that you will be vulnerable to the other negotiating party. Yes, be proactive. That's very crucial. Be proactive. Like the Iranians, you don't wait to make a negotiation opportunity or the negotiation table before you decide. So yes, you should have done your scenario planning way ahead. Iran knew that if they attacked Iraq, one day they will come for Iraq. Do you know that the West was supporting, they even pushed Iraq to attack Iran several years ago, they fought war. Suddenly, they now attacked Iran, they are fighting. Why would they not come and attack Iran one day? Iran had everything thought of. Even the negotiation position, they had it drafted. So this is what we want, and that's all. And they're taking advantage of this war to not just take advantage of just another country. They call them now the fourth power in the world. Nobody's talking about France, UK again. They're in relegation zone now. You understand? Because they thought of what they wanted. People in America was saying this is what they want. They took the war to another level by taking the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz, was it a conflict before the war? It was not. It was nuclear aid. Iran was not interested in nuclear energy. They just want to be sure that nobody will attack them, and if they do, they will beat them simply. And if they are going to war, use nuclear. If they care use nuclear, we go back and then complete our own and fire them back and then fire us. That's their position. So for them, if you want us to trade nuclear, okay, just give us guarantees that you will never attack us. Again, these guarantees are useless in today. I'm not saying Iran should not give up the nuclear. I just look at Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine, they are neighbors. Ukraine had nuclear weapons because of the when they used to war country USSR. Some of the sites were inside present-day Ukraine. So Russia went to the best mobilized of the system and will give you guarantee nobody will not attack you. If anybody attacks you, so they accept it. Now they are at war. So there's a lot of things we learn from what's going on around us in the world today. So for you to go to your negotiation table, be prepared, be proactive. What are they likely to ask you? Be ready with the answer. Short or no short. If they say stay 1 month, you have that good weapon. Thank you.
Exactly that time. Do we have two questions or one? I thought you said one. It's two. This is a question, not observation or comment. Go ahead.
So my question is this policy.
Six thinking hats.
So the question is that, so for example, you say you're taking different hats. So if you take one hat, for example, say you take black, and then the black, black is black means everybody say it is white. Okay, so you know that white is and then you pick up another hat, and then let's say you pick maybe so another, and then another person is saying something that was contradicted with facts or with that. I don't know if you get what I can get. So one pick up another, somebody else is saying another person is like that. You remember, it's no longer your facts. We are doing the data. It's not our facts. We are not laying our data with it. So when we now get to another column, somebody is now bringing emotions, for instance, to show that there are Christians being killed in Iran. So it doesn't matter whether Iran is treating girls very nicely or not. What's important is that they can. Okay, so one of the issues for this war is that every country where you have minorities who are different from the major religion, we run out of the country and live in the US. And then we continue to protest about the country. That's exactly what happened to Iraq. You understand? It was Iraqis that petitioned the American government to come and attack. Of course, they want to attack you. They just need Nigeria. This genocide thing about Nigeria was like a Nigerian that wrote the petition. They are using the petition a long time earlier. They ignored it because they realize that they need the Brent crude oil. That's the reason why this was going on. Nigeria and Iran is one of the two. They chose Nigeria or Iran, but they thought that to attack Iran is better because they do not want to kill Iran is this, Iran is that, so they chose Iran. If they fail Iran, that's why we should support it, so that Iran can help us take away this. Because of course they see they have very difficult hard food. They need a country with Sarah bread to blend love. Simple arithmetic. So and it's either Nigeria or Iraq. If they say we are looking like Iraq, see our embassy has gone to America. Something is going on. So for Nigeria, I think is ready to pay the money. Like say to us, let nobody know that you are speaking. It's not speaking now. Nigeria will come up with dollar and the rest of us will don't know. But something is happening, something will happen. These are the situations. So people may come with the emotion of another card. It's not removing, it's giving you another perspective to what you had before. It doesn't, so at the end of the day, you are going to now structure your decision. It might outweigh the fact, most likely it will not. You are not doing every card. It's not like when you pick the second card, throw away the first card. Oh, you put those and take the best decision. That's how it works. All questions answered. Thank you, God bless.
All right. Alexa. Kí ló dúpẹ́ sọ bọ́lá? Alhamdulillah. So I hope we'll be able to learn. Again, a lot of these things is also the fact that the hearts are sequential as well. And the idea, thinking about the end point, is to reach a decision that is robust. that looks at things from a lot of angles. So I'd like to move on very swiftly and bring on the next person. He's an H.I.R.E. leader and is also a talent strategist with over 15 years of experience transforming people and culture across telecoms, oil and gas, agriculture, mining, investment, and power. Known for turning complex organization challenges into practical, people first solutions. He has led talent strategy and leadership development at scale for some notable organizations in Nigeria. He currently serves as the head of talent management at Egmin Power PLC, Sub-Saharan Africa's largest power generation company. His career spans senior roles at Odua Investment Company, Singular Resources, Notoric Chemical Industries, MRS Oil, Nigeria, and SB Telecoms, where he built talent systems, learning frameworks, and change programs that drive measurable business results. He's a certified HR professional, behavioral consultant, and management consultant. He blends HR expertise with passion for knowledge sharing and building cultures where people and organizations thrive. He enjoys speaking on talent strategy, leadership development, and organizational change with a focus on practical insights leaders and practical focus on practical insights leaders can apply immediately. And it's my pleasure to introduce Ololade Tiunshi Ashake. He's going to be taking us on building a care talent that our least.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. I want to say Jazakumullah khairan to Mind for giving us this platform to be able to share some of our insights with our brothers and sisters. So, my topic this afternoon is essentially on employability, job hunting, interview preparation, the technique around it, and professional CV writing. But I've just tweaked it a bit to give us a bit of reflection around what we really need for our career. So I'm going to be speaking on building a career that outlives your degree. So before you jump into understanding a lot about going into a career, I would like to say we are Muslims. When you're going into your career, there are going to be distractions. So as much as possible, don't miss that dua. Raditu billahi rabba wa bil Islam Madina wa bi Muhammad nabiyyan wa rasula. It's very important. And at every point in time in your career as well, don't forget, Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, wa la ilaha illallah, wallahu akbar. While you're going into a private career, you will get distractions. The kind of community you had, what you had while you were in school, you might not be able to get that. So that's just starting on that note. Please, next slide, sir. Thank you. The most dangerous thing a graduate can become is academically strong, but professionally invisible. I would have loved for us to engage on this icebreaker, but because of time, but I can assume that we can all reflect on this statement that has just been put in front of us. So you might have your first class degree certificates today, but if you are not professionally visible, you are not going to get that far. That's number one rule. So let's quickly jump into the next slide. Other experiences I'll be sharing alongside. So let's first talk about, we're going to address this topic in three folds. We are going to first look at career in itself so that we have a proper understanding of what career truly means. Next slide. So let's first define the term career. So what do you know about, what do you think about what career is? Anyone? Let's be fast because of time. We only have 30 minutes. We spent about 2 minutes already. So anyone, career. Just share your thoughts. Anything that comes to your mind. My brother. What you intend to become in future. Perfect. Any other opinion? My brother. Fantastic. What you what anyone chooses as its purpose and what he would like to live upon. And you might look at this presentation gearing towards people that are looking for employment opportunities. But my brother there is already an established entrepreneur, which I envy him. And I'm hoping too that it's going to be one or two lessons he'll be able to pick from this session as well, because that's also a career from entrepreneurship. But this time we're just looking at how you can be more employable to other people. So what do you think contributes to a long-term career? Or better still, what do you think would make you successful here? Anything at all? There are a lot of factors, but let's just start thinking about those factors that you think would likely make you have a successful career. One, passion, fantastic, that's very good. Consistency, fantastic as well. Skills, adaptability, these are very factors that would help you succeed in whatever choosing career you have taken for yourself. Then, what do you think will likely not work well in managing careers? Those things that will mess you up. Laziness, fantastic. We are lazy in Nigeria, like our president said one time. They just leave Nigeria youths. Being obsolete, not in tune with what the modern trend. Yes. Complacency, fantastic. A platform to now fly. You understand what career, you understand what can succeed in your career, and you also recognize those things that will likely make you fall in your career. So next slide, sir. So let me just take you through your map should look. So the first thing is your interest. Because we are early career starters, interest should actually not be coming first. But we need to be careful when we are in talent management. We need to know the stage every individual is in a career to be able to draw a career map for them. Because we are early career starters, the first thing, fundamental thing, is your interest. What interest do I have? Where is my strength? But we'll delve on this in the subsequent slide. Then the skills. What skills do you possess as an individual? Some people, they can talk for Africa. They've got a gift of the gap. Some will say they've got the area of the mouth, but that's not too pleasing. But some would say they are fantastic speakers. They can come outside, just like my sister Emma earlier. That's the skill she's got. She can talk fluently. I'm not a good speaker. I'm more of an introvert. But because of the kind of I needed to hone my skills in certain areas. So what skills do you also have? So in your career map, skills is number 2. The next thing is education. I'm not talking about your first class degree that you have. Education is post-graduation education now. In this case, we are talking about your certifications. Those trainings that you are going to have, that is the education we are talking about. And then the next one is your experience. What experience do you have? Your internship experience. What volunteering have you opted for? These are examples of things that comes under experience. The last one is your goal. If you are talking about those that have already started their career mid-level, they will now start with goals as the number 1. But because we're early career starters, your goals should now be the last thing. So next slide, let's delve into each one after the other. Career planning is the first thing we'll talk about. So I talked about interest in your career map as the first thing. You need to identify your interest. What are those things that defines you? Be able to answer that question by yourself. I did banking and finance OMD. I did accounting education first degree, but I was still lost. I looked at my transcripts. I realized that my courses in auditing, taxation, and a couple of other financial courses, I had A, I had B's, but my financial reporting was a D. That gave me concern. I want to go into, is this my interest? I need to be able to stand up and say something about my course of study without thinking too much. So that gave me a source of concern. That was when I started identifying what interest do I have. So I realized I have interest in teaching, in impacting learning. I told myself, no. What other options do I have? So I now started a communication certification in public relations. You can see how I was able to now start channeling my interest, my career into what I am interested in, not just what I studied. Some of you must have studied chemical engineering, a couple of things. I've got colleagues that are in HR that study chemical engineering. It doesn't lie in chemical interest. And how do you define your interests? You need tools to help you. How many of you have ever done a personality assessment to identify who you truly are? Fantastic. Thank you, my brother. So one of the things you need to do after today's session is do a personality assessment to identify your strengths, to identify what interests you, the careers that you are likely going to flourish in. That's the first step. I've gotten a couple of examples. I'll take the slide. So you need to do a personality assessment, you need to do career interest and career market assessment, then as well, career environment and work preference assessment. All of these three assessment options will give you a true picture of what your interest truly is. So from what you have done, you will see guidelines as to what else should you pursue. And find interest is the number one thing that will help you have a better career. The reason why I'm not talking about CV into techniques now is you need to understand truly what career is all about and how you plan your career. The CV is just the end product. You know, when the guys in software development, they'll tell you there's a back end, there's a front end. The front end is the CV. What about the back end? Front end will not work if the back end is not sustainable. So I needed to go through the back end first for you to understand truly career planning. It's key for us to be able to move forward. Then the next one, sir, skills. So you need to assess your current skills and identify areas that need. They usually tell us that H.I.R.E is the best. Like my brother has an H.I.R.E sewing. I wish I could sew. I did a condition that I did home economics that got an A. But I couldn't still pursue it because I feel it will be that kind of, prejudice. You know, operator, operator, she do not. These days we now have them. But back then in those days, so something that I wasn't really ready for the community kind of lashing here. So I just had to step down on all of those things. So I now decided what other skills can I'm very good at report writing. I'm very good at give me a document, I can help you break it down in simple terms. What that document contains, what that document does not contain, what it needs to contain. I can help you draw up a charter. I can get a 750 something book loaded documents, trying to analyze how that document will help your business. So I can do a bit of that. So I now realize that's a skill I have. Report writing, my dad I was the secretary of CDA back in those days. I remember taking stuff to each people's houses to see notice of meeting, I'll write minutes of meeting. So I honed that report writing skill right from when I was 7, 8, 9 years old. So what skills do you have? It could be something your mom taught you. It could be something your dad taught you. So you need to identify that skill and be able to stick to it, because in interviews we would ask you, what skills do you possess? Don't tell me time management skills. No, I'm not interested. Everybody can manage time. Don't tell me communication skills, because I can discern if you know how to communicate by me talking to you. So don't tell me that. Tell me something else that you have that can help the business. Then I'll be interested in speaking to you. So identify that. Next slide, please. Education. How many of you have registered for or with a professional association? Engineering, NSC, H.I.R.E, just student membership for a start. Where are we? Okay, you have done that. Fantastic. Which society? CIS, Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. Fantastic. What's your first degree? Economics. Fantastic. That's a very good way to start. My brother, you've done that too. Which society? Which education? Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. Okay, fantastic. That's also a good step. Huh? ICANN. Fantastic. Barakallahu fi. So I think that's a good way to start for us, but we need to be more intentional with that. Start something. I just had a HR professional, but because he has started our certification, I looked over it and said, okay, we'll take her. But if she had not started, I won't be interested in taking that type of candidate. There are a whole lot of benefits being part of a professional association. Also, you need to start attending conferences. You don't have to pay for some conferences. As a student or as a graduate that has not worked in some of these associations or professional bodies, give you a platform to still come in as visitors. Just come in, let's work and do a whole lot of things. One of the things, our secret I'll share with you guys is I've never applied for a job. Truly, I've never applied for a job. All of the job, sometimes people just call me, sorry, in the industry, they call me Ololade. So, my apologies. And I get frustrated with that because they will always want to like, thank you. It's just like, one have to like, this is not their shake. Hey, thank you. So they'll just come and say, Ololade, you did market. That's the conversation. You did market, meaning, are you ready to move? So that's the kind of conversation I usually get. So some will call me to say, please, I have a role. Someone called me, said it was in Saudi Arabia for Umrah, blah, 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 begging me. I'll have to come and work with him. I said, bros, if you had told me this thing early last year, I would have taken the decision. Offer me a whole lot of things, I would have taken the decision. I don't want to say no, but in this case, because it was because of my family, I took that decision to join my current company. I wouldn't be able to. So it was not like, okay, get me someone else. So my career trajectory had always been, already there is a role. Already there is a role. Please share your seat. I need to push it. Even after joining my current organization, I've had about 4 different other offers to say, guy, come over. But I can't just be jumping from one place. I have to be deliberate. So the bottom line I'm trying to share with you is, if you go to conferences, if you join professional membership associations, you will see a lot of valuable connects. So it's all of these people that I relate with on professional platforms that say, okay, reach out to this person. You'll be able to. Is the best I can recommend. So these are the kind of things you get from this type of education in your career. Next slide, please. Experience. Gain practical experience through GMTs, internships, project or workspace opportunities. As a talent management person, the past 2 or 3 months has been pretty challenging for me. Pretty challenging for me. I work with H.I.R.E PLC, but we are also a member of Sahara Group. Because of where I work as head of talent management, they also push a whole lot of responsibility from Sahara to me to say I'll have to implement. There are a couple of things they've not done, but because I joined, they started activating a lot of, so it placed a lot of demand on me. So Sahara Power said they were going to launch their graduate management program. And because I am in Egbe has to be the host. So I needed to recruit 50 engineers. It was tasking, over 5,000 applications. I have to pick the best of the best. I have to ensure that all of these things, I have to create the academy from ground up. So the academy never existed. I have to create it from ground up. So the challenging thing there is, while I was looking for engineers, I realized that more than 25 companies were also advertising for graduate engineers. It's a tough talent space. In the next 3 months, I don't want to see any one of you giving excuses that you've not been hired. The opportunities are out there. And the board meeting I attended last week, the chairman was telling me, already good work you guys are doing, but I have 1,000 roles I need to fill across Sahara. Sahara is in upstream, it's in different places, different spaces. And what are they doing? They are coming to H.I.R.E PLC to say, okay, let's see how we can partner. So the bottom line I'm trying to express here with you now is the fact that there are opportunities out there. I saw more than 25 companies advertising for similar graduate engineering program. I was like, how am I going to survive? How am I going to get these engineers? When other companies as big as Egbe, as big as Sahara, are also advertising. Currently, Dangote is on. Currently, 7-Up is on. Currently, Seplat is on. A whole lot. So how do you want to compete as an employer? So the opportunities are out there. So every one of you, don't start saying you want to look out for full-time roles. If there's a graduate management training program, if there's a graduate engineering program, please apply. And they pay quite a lot. They pay within the range of 300 to 500 as a graduate management trainee or as a graduate engineering professional. So it's something. I started my career with 30,000 naira. So the point I'm trying to make under this experience is never despise little beginning. Never. Take it up. Even if it is going to be 200,000, take it up. It is that opportunity, small opportunity you've taken, that will serve as a springboard to get bigger opportunities. Next slide, please. So then the last one is the goals. You need to set clear career goals with timelines to track progress and stay focused. How many of you have a goal book or a goal sheet or a goal register? Thank you. Thank you. You have one. You have one. Okay. When did you set it? Just give me context. When did you set your? When did you? Yearly. When did you start? Oh, fantastic. Barakallahu fi. I also started mine back then in 300 level. And what was contained in my goal book, not just my career, I listed the sectors I would like to work. And I think I've worked in 4. That's why you see me going round. Oil and gas, this, because I have a plan. So I've worked across 4 out of the 5 I listed. The only one I've not worked is banking. And by the time, that was why I said, when you move into your career and you find brothers that you are able to move along with very well, you will learn Islam better. So part of my career goal was, I don't want Islam to leave me, and I don't want to leave Islam. I put it in my career goal. And how would I be able to achieve that? I have to put it MSSN. I have to be part of MSSN. Everything MSSN does, I have to be part of it. It's in my career goal. The woman I want to marry, I listed out the name, not just one. I listed all the options. So I had about, I think, 8 or 9 ladies I listed in my career goal. I have first not, but they were options so that I can remain focused. So when I see someone and I realize that we are not in my career goal, I'm able to just quickly run away. I need to be focused. And distractions are so many beyond what we had back then in those days. So if you don't have this thing written down, you will be distracted. You will be distracted. So I listed when I'm going to do my NYSC, all of those things that you think they are just small things. They are not small things. And I think largely, alhamdulillah, it helped me in moving ahead in my career. So it's really important. You need to have that one. Then career positioning, we are now coming to the CV part, which is the front end. So I will take this as accelerators. Your positioning, your interview techniques, these are just accelerators. These are basically factors that will significantly influence the speed and pace of your overall career goal. So here we are basically talking about mobility. How mobile are you? They tell you there's an opportunity in Port Harcourt. And you say, me, I cannot leave Lagos. So why? What's holding you back? Family? If you have a kid that you're taking you have a kid you're looking after, okay, maybe that one. But for the brothers, they tell you there's an opportunity in Kaduna and say, to Fiakwa. Why? I don't want Boko Haram, thank you. But you don't know the kind of opportunities that are there that would really help you. So you need to be mobile as much as possible. Think about that. Then the other one is exposure. When they call you for opportunities to say, please come and help us do this, you think it is for their benefit. This is for your benefit because they are creating exposure for you. So many of you that MSS will come to you today to say, come and help us do this, you will run away. You are basically shortening your exposure bandwidth. So when they call you for such, please take it up. Flexibility. A lot of us will say, because we study this course, you don't want to go into another area. A sister of mine said she works at OP here. You work at OP, but you did chemistry education. Biochemistry, but she's working at OP. What lab do they have? What science lab do they have at OP? That's the flexibility I'm talking about. Being able to move to where opportunities lie. Be flexible. Then networking. So like I said, networking is what gave me the opportunity today. And many of you know Barrister Ahmed Adetola Kosim. Do you know him? You know him, okay. So he gave me the platform, my first opportunity. I just finished school in August, waiting for service, and he came to my house, started talking, blah, blah, blah. So what are you doing? I'm looking for work. Oh, I have to tell him, I'm looking for, so come on. I have someone that I can introduce you to that will give you a job. And we went together to the person, come the next day. And I went the next day. And alas, the person he's introducing me to used to be my customer when I used to sell recharge cards. Back then, it's like, fool. But it still remains that Hamad Adetola Kosim gave me that opportunity. Because if I had not mentioned to him, I wouldn't have gotten that opportunity with Afolabi. So networking is very, very important for you. The network, there is nice to have network. There is a network where you would actually get the maximum value. Who are those people in that network? You need to be able to define them. And they are always, that network sphere is usually very minimal. It's not that wide. You might have everybody in your network, but are they all the people that are giving you value? You need to put those in a smaller circle that will give you more value and relate with them the more. Help them the more. Assist them. When they call you, assist them. They will remember you that this person, and one opportunity came, they will always give you that opportunity. Then relationship also matters. If you don't have the best of relationship management, it is a skill you need to leverage on. I have been in a space whereby corporate politics played out, and I was almost used as a pawn, but I survived it. Even up till now, there's still corporate politics going on, but your ability to be able to manage relationships would help you in the long run. Anything that will help you to manage relationships with wherever, irrespective of where you are, is something you need to start pushing now. So now let's look at job hunting. When you want to start job hunting, we don't have time to say we want to start taking you through these platforms. Go to this platform. Once you go to the platform, any one of them, they are basically resume builders. Yeah, I don't need to write. So basically go to those websites, put in your interest, areas you're interested in. Some will even give you opportunity to apply for jobs, multiple jobs with different CV. Have a standardized CV that is 8 years compliance or automatic tracking system compliance, such that once any employer throws it into an 8-year system, it ensures that that CV is compatible or is aligned with the job requirements that you are applying for. So once you have this, you need to ensure that you are good to go in terms of having a professional CV. I've had to rework CV for people just because I see that they are not simplified enough. But if you go through these tools, they'll be able to help you have simplified CV. Then the next thing, okay, next slide. Your career is in your hands. It's in nobody's hands. We are just doing this to help you. Your career is in your hands, and you must take it as it is. Just take it as if somebody is chasing you. I used to have this quote back then I coined for myself. If you don't expect anything from yourself, your enemy is expecting something from you. And what is that thing? Failure. Can you afford to fail in the face of your enemy? So push yourself without comments. You need to convince your enemies. They exist. I'm not talking about enemies like the Nollywood kind of enemies. I'm talking about enemies in terms of people who just relate with you and think you think you're on the same platform, but they don't mean well for you. They don't. So if you don't expect anything from yourself, people or your enemies expect something from you. And what do they expect? Failure. And you cannot afford to fail in their presence. So next steps, these are just tips that I would advise you do after this session. Action points you must be committed to. Number one, conduct a personality assessment. We talked about that. And all of these things, within 3 months, you must ensure they are done. Draw up your life career plans, a goal, you must have it. Build a CV that is 8 years compliant, it is important. Then the next one, revamp your LinkedIn profile. I can't be looking for you. Tell me your name. And beyond your CV, I want to see what's on your LinkedIn profile. It tells me more. What does it tell me? It tells me who you are in connection with. If you are in tune or you are aligned with industry leaders, I'm pleased to bring that kind of person on board because I know that person will definitely be having conversation at that higher level. Then numbers, apply for GMT programs. We've talked about that as well. Then the other one is join professional bodies. We talked about that. And attend professional conferences. Yes. Offer yourself to volunteerism. You need to volunteer as much as possible because those volunteer work will give you platform and experience. Then more importantly, you need to keep learning. You need to keep learning. It's really, really important. And lastly, learn an IT skill. Because if you're coming to interview for any interview and we ask you, what skills do you have? If you tell me you can use Cloud AI to a certain extent, I'll be happy to say, oh, this person is really, the skill is top notch. But if you're telling me time management skill, cooking skill, I love traveling, huh? Huh? Problem solving, thank you. So I'm not really too keen on those kind of conversations. But by the time you start telling me hard skills, although they are soft, but hard skills that you can put to get physical results, I'm pleased to have conversation. And as Sister Shukro earlier talked about communication, from me conversing with you, that is going to be established. So I won't really need to delve more into whether or not you are able to communicate. But more importantly, anything you do, if you're going for interviews, learn about the organization you're interviewing at. Learn something basic about them. What do they do? Then learn or get news, the latest news regarding that company. There's no latest news regarding that company. Get the latest news regarding the industry. If you're coming for an interview at Egbina, you're not telling me that, oh, Dangote now is saying he wants to go into power sector, he wants to bring 20,000 megawatts on board. This is what I think. I think it's going to take a longer time. I'm highly pleased to have conversation with that kind of person because he understands my business. It means he will be able to hit the ground running to solve our business problems. So learn about that company as much as possible. The news about that company, learn them before you go for interviews. And another thing, one of the outcome or feedback we got from our interviews with our CEO was that someone came for an interview and was wearing round neck. Not round neck that should be an underwear. Round neck. You know those singlets now that big bros usually wear. That so those kind of, we're like, I think the guy is also a first class graduate, I'm not sure. So you can imagine. Then my wife told me one too that a first class graduate, don't let me mention the university, came for an interview. Fantastic profile. Joined this association, volunteer this, done that. They felt that there could be transferable skills from those experiences into the main work. Guess what? They asked this guy a question. He fumbled big time. He could not really reflect on 10% of what he has written in his CV at that interview. I was like, first class graduate engineering students. So that is how bad it can be for anyone that is not deliberate with some of these things that we are sharing here with you today. So it's important at any interview. It's important. It's your gateway, but as much as possible, people can give you the platform. But how you are able to convince the people that you have been given the opportunity to will now determine how well you survive. So giving you the opportunity, go to this organization, go and speak, go and do interview. How well you conduct yourself is not left to the person that has referred you or your sponsor. It is left in your hands. Your career is in your hands. So I think with this, I will stop here. If there are questions, then perhaps I can share other experiences as well. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So Alhamdulillah, I mean, do we have questions? Okay, so I think at this, I just was reflecting on what he shared with us, and the project we are working on, which is the executive call, I think it's more important than ever. The idea is basically you're all on the platform. We want a situation where industry leaders like himself can come in and speak with you, share something 10 minutes, and then you can interact as long as he can permit. And so hopefully, may Allah make that happen. So how many questions do we have? Have a question, let's see your hand up. Now, before we go into the question, because I wanted the next speaker is ready, I will please beg you, questions, not observations, not comments. Just ask your question and let it not be A, B, C, and D. Just one question will do, please. As short and as sweet as possible. So let's take numbers quickly, very quickly. So my brother, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you raising up your hand? 4 questions. And then the sister 5. So number 1, quickly.
Okay, so, sorry. So my question is when he was explaining the career path, starting with interest. I don't know if you can hear.
What's the question, brother?
So you started with interest when you were like explaining the. So for me, I say I studied accounting. I need to
No, you don't. Just ask the question, brother.
Okay, anyway, so you started with interest. So what was your interest? And then but like let's say what company with is not actually in line with that interest. So like what do you do? Like how do you manage that?
Give an example, please. Give an example.
Okay. So for me, I started accounting first. Then when I went to university, I didn't want to study accounting because that was like waste of time because I just do IT. So then I went to do actuarial science. So but then when I was doing actuarial science, I was like, no, accounting, make it accounting. So I wanted to pursue actuarial science. But then now finishing, the actuarial work in Nigeria is kind of like it's just the discount for Nigerian science. So when I was finished, I was not like getting the opportunity. But when I was in school, I did a lot of internship in accounting. So when I finished, I still got accounting. So my interest is actually like in actuarial science, but to get to accounting. So,
do you understand the question?
Just pretty much. One thing is get a career coach, number 1. Then number 2, you might not get that opportunity immediately. The closest to it that will fetch you money, go for it. The next in line, if you cannot get A, get B, like I like you said, when you say if you shoot for the moon, if you cannot get it, shoot for the stars around it. So if you cannot get actuarial science, I understand that the market can work. Shoot for the next best opportunity around it until you are able to get something. And the world is global now. Look for international opportunities where you know that market is big. Actuarial science market is not as big as Europe and America. So you can start looking international. But spending that time, look for the next big opportunity that will fetch you money. It could be still investments. The guys in investment are making bad money. Then just share that with you. So you can look into that direction. So,
you could also look into IT algorithms that predict the markets. Next question.
Thank you, sir. So I want to quickly ask, when we are talking about career, sir, I feel we can talk about entrepreneurship, just as you mentioned. So, because some of us are entrepreneurially inclined, and we cannot even overrule that. So I want to ask, what are the insights that you can give to some people, some of us who are entrepreneurially inclined, to even create companies, rather than, being a first-class graduate and you don't want to work, or be an employee? What are the insights that you can give to people who want to go into creating companies and jobs in entrepreneurship?
Come for the enterprise development session. We'll do that, inshallah. Next question.
Someone was thank you very much for this class. My name is H.I.R.E. and I'm a first class graduate of business administration.
Really?
Yeah. But during my final year, I made an informed decision to switch to cybersecurity.
Okay.
I recently applied for entry level roles. But there's a reality in Nigeria. Recently, I applied for MTN, Textile Graduate Management, their tech aspect. And after I submitted my CV, luckily, a friend of mine is working in the HR department at MTN, and I sent her my CV. And I explained that they're just giving you guys the publicity. They already know who's the pick. And to just post my whole page, he said they are never going to read my CV. That they won't even read the CV and all that. They just send this generic message to you. And that was exactly what happened. After about 2 weeks, they sent me a generic message, unfortunately, blah, 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 we can't do something like that. And we also, they already told me, trust me, they are not checking that CV. They already have their own guys. That is the reality here in Nigeria. So now you talk about networking and all. How do we go about it? Because now we are from the trenches and we are moving to work in all these coaching companies. How do we manage that relationship? How do we get that connect? So this reality that is against us, we want to overcome it. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, allow me make it easy. To start first, what that lady says is just to make you get you off our something like that. So we don't really do that much, and the fault is actually yours. Have you looked at the requirements? We pay much attention to the requirements. That's why I say use those tools. They will tell you the gap analysis of how your CV is faring, how your profile is faring with that job opportunity. If it's not 95% match, 95% match, they won't, because MTN use Oracle, we also use Oracle. So all of those things would have been saved out for us at the very back end. So it's easy for us to just select the people we want to select. So it's not really their fault, but I would say your fault. You are trying to pitch things where the opportunity is not really going to favor you. So going back to your question, how can you now step forward? There are a lot of IT consulting companies, small IT, some are even big. They offer internship roles such that they train you on the skill. They bond you for like a 6 month or a 1 year period based on the training they share with you. There's SAR, SAP, there's ERP, different ERP kind of training. Once they train you in those spaces, you become a very good resource. They will now start deploying you to companies to go and start being their in-house consultant for those IT things. So once you get that done, that's just the platform you need. Then from there, you are good to go. By the time you have that 1 year, 2 years experience, MTN will be running after you to see it. And cybersecurity, please don't change your mind. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Intensify efforts on that. Get a career coach. And there's a platform too. We will also be sharing thoughts on how we can personally. So I think that's one way for us.
Sure.
Career coaches for all of this, maybe like Friday, they can be specific to guiding them. These are the next steps.
I agree.
So I think these are
MashaAllah. Yeah, you want to make a comment on this? Yeah, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. Sorry to jump the gun. Don't be the next speaker. So I just wanted to show you that I'll give you some answers by the time we're done.
Okay. Do we have another question? Yes. Quick. No. That's number 4, and then. No. No, it's him. Because I asked you, you didn't put up your hand.
So something happened to me quite similar to this experience. I applied Orange, I think the issue was something Orange. They made Delta Soul and Procode, they make up Procode as well. And I go to the final stage of their recruitment.
Orange Academy?
Orange
Rocks.
Yes. So I'm not this thing. At that point, of course, this thing, they said they were going to call us whenever it's time at school. I met somebody that was working in the company, and he told me some things like that. Like there was some kind of fishy stuff. So they did call me, right? And I also called them to ask about it. They said they were going to call, and they still didn't call. So, but there was something that was quite difficult for me back then. It was a management training role, and it was going to be for 3 years. So it put me in quite a difficult situation that I wasn't really sure if I really wanted to go into that. I wasn't really sure about the details. So I wanted to ask that in that kind of situation, where you don't want to look like you are just jumping from one career to another, how do you figure out whether should I go this way or this way without having to jump all the different career paths?
I think I get a bit of glimpse into what you're trying to share. So for graduate management programs or graduate engineering professional platforms, so basically this is how it works. Bring you in, spend like 1 year in the organization training. Because we have spent a lot of money training you, they will bond you to say you'll be in the organization for 2 years, you'll be in the organization for 3 years. So the more you stay in the organization, the lesser the bond reduces. So that's the way it works. So after that 3 years or what now happens, you become full-time staff. So it's now left to you whether or not you want to leave. So even after that 10 months, we have 50 that we have taken. Some of them will go to upstream. Some of them will go to different power companies within our group at the end of the day. But there will be a certain number that will not meet the cutoff. What happens? You have to let them go. It's a minimum number. But once after that 10 months, you go into full-time employment. Guaranteed, just ensure that you keep an academic score that would make you into that selection fit that you can now go into the full employment route. So it's not a matter of after 3 years, you are going to be let go. You will still be in the organization as long as you want to push your career in that organization. But if you think you want to leave that organization, you are free to go to pursue that thing. But the advantage you will have ultimately is the experience you have gathered over that period. Nobody can take it away from you. I hope that answers the question. Not completely. Okay, I have a private conversation with you so that we can take much time.
One of my questions, okay, when you were speaking, you said something that when you ask someone what's your skill, and then you start hearing time management, problem solving. Can you give a demo of a kind of answer that is going to like really impress you? Should I ask a second question? Okay. I'm sorry. My second question is, how do you find your skill? Like, I don't know. I studied business administration, and I'm also a qualified chartered accountant, and I'm working in treasury currently. I really can't say my skill, to be honest.
Do you like your job?
Yeah. I really like yeah, I do like my job, and I think I want to like launch my career in finance. And finance is a very good space. Currently, I'm working in treasury. I want to try investment, private equity, and a lot more. But what the thing that is going to make me say this is it, I don't know how I'm going to find my skill, but I know that I'm good at what I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Starting from the second question, how should we take it? So, she's working in a very rich space. The guys in financial modeling, the equity guys, the investment guys, they are the big boys in finance. So I'll start by saying, some person, so that I remember
how do you find your skill?
Okay, how do you find your skill? So, for example, working
that sets you apart.
That sets you apart. So, what are the skills that a finance person will be able to raise his or her hands up to say, I am good at this? One of the things I would like to share with you is, have you ever tried financial modeling? How good are you in that space? How comfortable are you in that space? Okay. Yes. So you will see maybe on the proficiency level of 1 to 5, you're like a 3 or a 2. You say you're on the proficiency level of 2. Okay, so you're a starter. So that is the skill that sets you apart as far as you're in the financial sector. So it could also relate to other skills that are relevant in finance, which is financial reporting. You have excellence, you have a high proficiency level in financial reporting. You understand what IFRS compliance means to financial reporting. You understand what it means to FRCN. You understand what it means to ICFR. You understand what stands are mentioning. Fantastic. So by the time you're able to relate it well, just give me one section of IFRS. For example, IFRS 12 says that I should be able to speak to this, I should be able to capture this when I'm doing my financial reporting. You have displayed a high proficiency level in financial reporting. Do you get that point? Also in financial modeling, a client that needs to invest in certain business because he was able to see this two times, he was able to see that, this project looks viable. So you paint a scenario to display your understanding and application of that skill into real life scenario. Do you get? So by the time you mention the skill, I am highly proficient. That's the statement. I am highly proficient in financial modeling. For example, this is what I have been able to do with a client, and I've been able to. So you speak to that. I'm also highly proficient in financial reporting. If I'm an IFRS specialist, I understand the requirements of ICFR. You speak to that skill. You don't just mention the skill. Mention and you speak to those skills. If there are relevant provisions that guides the use of that skill, you mention one to say, for example, the interviewer will just almost specifically will now push you further to say, what does this provision say? So, I have an idea of, don't just say entirely that you don't know. I have an idea of what this says, but because I've not really applied it in this aspect of financial reporting, but I'm willing to also delve into this. So you get that point. I hope that answers the first question too. So basically.
Oh, okay. So hi, Counselor. Thank you so much for the questions, and I hope the answers were useful. We're going to take a little more of your time. We had planned to end the session at 2:00, but I know and I believe that the next session is really, really, really important. So please indulge us till maybe 2:30, 2:40, 2:35 or thereabouts for us to get through to this. So the next person we'll be bringing on is a graduate of the prestigious University of Lagos. At the University of Turning, where he had a Master's of Science in Mechanical Engineering and Management. Driven by 8 years of expertise in the AI/ML cycle, is also a technical leader specializing in scalable autonomous agents and high-performance RAG architectures. His career is defined by orchestrating complex multi-agent systems and deploying local LLM solutions that bridge the gap between technical innovation and operational efficiency. He has a background in mechanical engineering and analytical perspective to building product-ready AI. He is also proficient in Python-based orchestration, enterprise cloud infrastructure, Oracle, Azure, and vector database optimization. From pioneering paperless office transitions to securing 99.9% deployment reliability via infrastructure as code, is focused on delivering measurable improvements in information retrieval and workflow automation. It's my pleasure to bring
AI is the new paradigm. People don't understand AI. It's very challenging nowadays.
time cost. Let's start with we have a knowing on sorry for
I introduced myself before coming here. I know there's one computer engineer, AI, data scientist around. Do we have any other? Because I want to know how to frame this lecture. Do we have any other? What's the discipline, please? Computer science. Okay, that's all. So I'll speak with you separately at the end. But this course is to introduce AI fluency. If they talk about artificial intelligence, I should have asked the question before. It's like most people think it's just artificial intelligence. That's where it all started from. Example is if the government wants to share resources, they're not going to come to individuals. They're going to do main media mode, standard deviation, and all those things. You know, that's what they use to share things, and that's where AI started from. From using those, just adding the numbers, dividing by the number of numbers, getting the mean, you are able to find a formula that will work for most people if it's an objective government. So with that, people were now able to get to machine learning, or I should say data analysis first, because you end up having millions of points to solve. So data analysis lets you group people. But from there, we now move to machine learning. In machine learning, we have descriptive machine learning and also linear, this sort of one, decision trees about the rest, XGP. So what these do is that they allow you to build models that will help you to make decisions. So after getting the data, there are things we call algorithms. Those algorithms are now used in conjunction with data to create models, such that when we measure the model, some give you 90%, 80%, so that you can make decisions with them. For machine learning, we now move to neural networks. Machine learning can take thousands of data points. But when you now go to neural networks, you are working with millions. The algorithm for for neural networks, they make it possible for you to gather a lot of data and be able to even solve them faster. So neural networks now give birth to deep learning. Deep learning is what we're now able to create generative AI. All the other ones, you have to do practically yourself and build the model, interpret the model. But with deep learning and what we call natural language processing, NLP, generative AI was able to come there, such that when you write a sentence, you train the model and you expect the model to guess the next word. In getting the next word, you're able to now come to ChatGPT with generative AI, such that we should call it billions of data. You know, there's what we call scrapping. Who knows what is called scrapping of data? Okay. Scrapping of data is when you go on the internet and you collect every information you can get. And then that information, you don't need to arrange. Because for machine learning neural networks, you have to arrange the data and make sure they are well sorted. Here, just pick all the data, you put them in the algorithm, you build it. So that's what gives back to what we call it, ChatGPT, Gemini, Code,
anthropic, and all the rest. So I just wanted you to understand that all of them are part of AI. It's just that the way they develop gradually and led to generative AI. So I don't want to make it too complex for you. I'll move on now. So, like I said, this course is mainly about AI literacy because for any work now, most of the people are integrating AI into their work, and it has been able to automate most of the repetitive work, like filling a form, looking like our former speaker Yusuf said. You put your CV in. The CVs are now your first front in HR because HR cannot go through hundreds of thousands of CVs. There are now models that you post your CV to. So you have to learn. That's one homework. You have to learn what format does the CV that the machine will be positive to you. There are lots of research online. Once you search for it, just read through. There are lots of suggestions, but the most important thing is that you make your CV clean, no designs. Maybe I'll share an example CV with all this because I have a lot of materials I'm going to share with you. This is just the presentation. I have the whole material which will give you more knowledge. So your CV has to be clean. Your name, what there. And what they usually say is that to your achievements first. What have you done? First of all, I came out with the first class for you people because you do not have too much work experience. And then try and put what the things your what do you call it? All the charities you've worked with, all the other jobs, to build yourself. So you put your achievements first. Okay? Then you now continue with the others. So talking about AI literacy, I know my guy will do about agentic systems. Because agents are the ones doing the work. I wish I could have my laptop here to demonstrate something, but I'll try and explain. Like I said, in machine learning, you will collect the data yourself. You will check, do data analysis and all the rest, make sure the data is balanced and all the rest. So after checking the data is balanced, then you now use the algorithm to build the model. You check the model, you score the model, and it's an iterative work. You check the model, continue to rebuild it until it's at its best. So as you can see, you have done this. And even when you finish the model, you have to send the results. I mean, whatever you want to check using the model, because you bring another set. Because you have to divide the data into two. Your first set and your and the result. So, but in AI agents, the simple example I give you is that you go to Google, use the search, like you want to compare prices between 3 stores. You have to individually go to store 1, check the price of the product, store 2, check the price store 3, and then you do the table, and then you now compare visually. But with agents have made work automated now. I can just go to ChatGPT, check the price of this item with this store, give me the answer at the table, and compare the answers and show me the history. I won't say the name of that now, but it's coming later. So once you do that, ChatGPT will give you the table. Don't need to collect the results individually. So one advice I will give you all is that there are lots of free chat platforms now. I won't say their names here because we are going to explain it. Don't use browsers again. Use this AI chats. Because whatever you tell it, it's going to do the work for you and you get started the same time. They do research and so many other things. So to this, we have AI agents, and AI agents usually work on workflows. Like we're talking about Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, I'm moving around. Like if we continue with the recruitment, I'm sure when the machine finish collecting those who qualify for the position, there will be people who will check. Okay, or there will be so many other points that you have to make depending on your score in school, what you've done, and all the rest. Workflow and automation has made that easy now. So what you just do is build an agent that will do selecting the first people, then the second criteria. So that's what we call a workflow and synchronization. So the agent will do the work from the beginning to the end. It's just at the end that the human will call it come in. We call it human in the loop because the loop, those agents work, the computers work, they start passing, scoring people and selecting. At the end, then the human will check, okay, are these people really, did they really satisfy all our conditions? So we're just talking agentic flow now. So that's what it means. These are just the glossary to tell you about some of the things happening there. Then we have what we call MCP. When we are building an agent, you can do normal coding. I forgot to say that in normal computer science, you have to write a code to do a particular work. But in machine learning, you don't write any code. You use data. That's why they say data is the oil now. Whatever you want to do in machine learning, in AI, you must have data for it. It could be multimodal. When you say multimodal, it could be text, it could be voice, because we have agents that you can talk to, they will typing, you can talk to, they will give you a picture, you can talk to, it will translate it to another language and recite it to you. So there are lots of things happening around this. So you have to be aware of all this and know exactly what you need. So there is also another concept called RAG. Okay, so when we build all this machine learning pipeline, sometimes all these, like I said, ChatGPT and all the rest were built with so much data of the whole world data, lots of textbooks. If you want textbooks, just type it there, you will see they will be quoting the textbook. They lie, they didn't take them of it. They are all there. So lots of data is there. And if, like my brother also said to the sister there, everything we do in the world now, especially important things, they have laws. I'll show you some of them. Be it in accounting, in medicine, those are niche jobs. They are not just normal living things. They have laws that you have to obey, and they have systems that you have to do. So what happens is that if you use ChatGPT for medical advice, it will give you wrong advice. It will give you wrong advice. You have to be careful. So there are some things you don't use it for. If it's just ordinary, sorry, my art and commercial students, it's very good at that. But when you go to science and jobs that have a lot of restrictions, there has to be restrictions, in privacy, in medical procedure, and so many other ones, insurance, and even the countries make laws on where the data should reside. There are so many laws like that. You can't just use ChatGPT. That's what gives rise to what we call regenerative. What's that? Automated generation, yeah. So what happens is that there is a database. If a company, especially also if a company that you have your ways, your laws and things like that, won't be the activity. So what you do is you create a database along the loop that the ChatGPT can check for specific laws, specific information about you, so that the output can be correct. So that's where RAG comes in. You collect information specific. If it's CBM, maybe you are building RAG for CBNs, there's always this bulletin they bring out for things. All the bulletins, you put them, we tokenize them. I'll tell you about that later. That means you use another model to resolve them mathematically because mathematics is what drives everything. The words are tokenized by representing them mathematically so that the model can now get them mathematically and translate to English to you. That's actually how all this ChatGPT works. So that's RAG. Then you can also build a small language model. ChatGPT is that's why I call it a large language model. It has practically all the information you want. So we could use all those bulletins of CBN to build a small language model so that you don't need RAG. But that is expensive because bulletins are always coming in. And building even a small language model is very expensive. You have to use all those online graphics, what do you call it? Processors. Thank you very much. All those processors. And renting them, using them is very expensive. So you will end up retraining it every time. And in the gap, there will be missing documents that have come out. So it depends on how often the information changes that you decide between the generative using RAG and small models. So there are also some that we call liquid networks. That's adaptive models inspired by biological brains. So people are now moving to that. They are trying to copy the They want to get the brain. But inshallah, let's wait and see. They are trying their best. It's getting better and better and better. So when I go to governance, like I was saying, laws. At the beginning, AI was able to do anything it wants. When you build a model, like I can give example of getting a loan. There are what we call biases, such that your model might be giving white people more of the. Once you see that you're a white person, it will just give you loan. It doesn't even check anything. Yeah, it will be biased because what must have happened. One of the reasons is that your data has more from the white people. That's why we call it about balanced data. So what you try and do is you balance all the metrics: race, age, gender. I don't want to say that. Gender. Thank you very much. So what you try and do is balance everything. There are ways of checking it. There are models that check them, so that they will not be balanced. So in doing that, there is what we call sovereign AI. What that means is that you don't want to share your data with all this ChatGPT. So there are models you can do in our environment, like you have a server, and the model is running in your environment. There are lots of them. We have Olama and so many other ones. So instead of using ChatGPT online, you are able to use what we call a free model. They are not perfect, but they work very well. If your security is more important, and if the law says the data must not leave your environment or leave your country, so you have to build out what we call sovereign AI. The AI will be housed in your environment and your data will not. I give us example like NCC is working hard on this. All our registration data, it must not leave Nigeria. Same as they just told the banks now too. All our data must be must reside in Nigeria. That's why we have in fact, all of them are now coming to Nigeria. They are now building cloud services in Nigeria, MTN, Airtel, all of them. So they are giving out notes directly that will not leave, the data will not leave Nigeria. So that's how it works. Then the EU acts, so these ones are very, very proactive. They don't joke with it because after all the scandals of the few years, they've done their law that risk. We are talking about risk now because this is just here that we don't know the impact of all these chat models. We read a lot of news that
there are some people, because of the loneliness on the other side, some marry them, some they can't do anything with their life but ask it. And because it's not perfect, it has misguided a lot of people, as in they get killed, they get using the wrong thing, because they don't have people to talk to. So there are so many people that have adapted them. That's why the EU has to come with this act. And they categorize it as unacceptable risk. You know, when it causes mortality, they are going to fine the company. So the companies are working hard to make sure the models are working fine and they don't misguide a lot of people. Then there is the high risk. It's regulated. It's slightly accepted. When they do the research, they will find out what actually happened. And if they should if there should be any what do you call it, mistake by the model, they're going to find them 7% gross of the yearly turnover. Imagine a multi-billion-dollar company, what do you call it, find that kind of amount. They would rather spend the money to make the model work very well than lose those kind of money. Then there is the CIO rule. Though it's not compulsory for what do you call it, private companies to have them, but most of the government organizations in the world, they have this. That's the chief AI officer. So that's someone that checks this risk, advise them on how to make sure the risks are minimized, and talks to the engineers to make sure this. There are so many checklists. They help them check, and then they report to the government. So that's that. And then the data ethics. So, one advice they give us of the company is they use synthetic data, because there are a lot of smart people now. When you use original data, they have a way of extracting those data from those models. So they say you should use, we'll call it fake at this side of the podium. Send the original data, but it's different. In statistics, it's possible to move, you know, because you need it. Maybe most of them are zero, and there are some calculations you do that you end up getting no result. So what you do is you had a particular data set that will move it by 1 minute so that everything will be positive, and you still get the same result. So that's what that synthetic data means. Then the next one is explainable AI. That's part of the job of the CIO. That means all these models were built data together. You do something, the model is giving you answers, and the answers are correct most of the time, but they are not satisfied. So there are people who are seriously working on explainable AI, such that how did he get the answer? What factors, what steps did he go through? So that whenever he gives an answer, you can explain why this result is coming in. So that's what's called the explainable AI. Then the new one, which really concerns is now work as a service. You know, in the 90s and the early 2000s, we hear what we call software as a service. It's like when you have Microsoft before, we go to Computer Village, we install it, and you have it forever. But when software as a service came in, you have to go online. You don't need to install anything. You have to buy that service and go online. That's where we have Microsoft 365. So you have to, and it's yearly. They came out with their model to swindle us. You have to pay for it yearly. But it's very efficient because all your data will reside somewhere, you can work, but how many of us can afford that? So now is now work as a service. That letter I want to type, I don't need to type it again. I just need to tell you. Because with automation, you have a link to your email, to your Slack, to your WhatsApp, to every platform you are using. The AI will be able to read them. Once email comes, you just see notification. This person sent email. I don't want to talk to you. This person sent the email. What do you want to? Do you want me to reply? Just say yes. You have to reply. This is the reply. Is it okay? Okay, send. Are you typing? Are you listening? No. So it's a work as a service to understand it. That's next please. Now to general LLM knowledge. So separated and chosen some the giants. Okay, I have to run. We have ChatGPT. The one of Anthropic is Claude. Then the one of Microsoft. Then Kimi is a Chinese one. They say we should be fearful of the Chinese, but it depends on everybody. They have the because when ChatGPT and Claude are producing their models, they were spending billions of dollars. The Chinese came up, Chinese they know how to copy, and they started producing ones that are very cheap, maybe 200 million, 300 million, instead of 50, 60 billion. So Kimi is a Chinese one. It's not free like the other ones. You can test of them. The one I would advise most is Gemini. To work longer, there's Llama and Coin. Llama you can't really use online. Llama is free, so you can install them on Llama and use locally. Then there's DeepSeek too. Perplexity has its own too. Then this notebook LM, you see exactly what it is because it's a specialized platform for using. Next, please. Now, for creativity, you want to be a content creator, you want to be posting on X, Instagram, and the others. This is your space. For visuals, you can use Canva, Magic Studio, Midjourney, and Adobe Theory. So they help you with creating, what do you call it? Pictures, photos, and all the rest. Just need to describe what you want. Type a text, and then you get it. For video, there is H.I.R.E, Sinuses, Avantis, Sora, and Veil. That Veil, I believe, is Sora and Veil should be what do you call it? Google. So for audio, Everlast, voice cloning, Sonar for complete. So what happens is that you want to produce a blog, and there are some. Most people are now advising on faceless posts. So these are what you use. You will speak into the mic, but you can select the voice. In our what do you call it? All this whatever we send around in WhatsApp. There's this particular guy's voice that most people use. Do you realize that? There's this particular voice. There's a guy that they use the voice for. That's AI. Most people just speak into it and the guy's voice will come. It's the one they use most. I didn't even try to get it. So when you're coding and an engineer, we use Cursor. They are just like coding platforms, but they are directly connected to AI. So that when you want to build something, build me a RAG pipeline that does this, that's all you need to type. It will build it for you, give you all the code, explain how you are going to install it. And how many of us has and GitHub? They are all free. If you don't have, go and open. GitHub is not only for engineers. You can do a lot of things. It's a free online storage. And even now, most people now ask you for a CV. They ask for your LinkedIn and your GitHub, especially if you're an engineer, to see the work you have done. But everybody should have it. You use your LinkedIn, don't post this is the food I ate yesterday or whatever, because it's a serious platform. They are looking for work seriously. What you want to post there is your achievement. It doesn't have to be coding. It has to do with something that is progressive. I mean, displays your advancement in your goal of getting a job or in your career. So you have a meeting, something happened, you were able to give suggestions that solve it with the permission of your organization. Put it there. That's what LinkedIn is for. It's for professional progression. So you put a nice picture, you go for a conference, put it there. This is what I came up with. And then you could say, I want to do this, that, later. People will say it. Maybe someone is looking for someone like you. When they see it, they'll contact you. So don't forget that you should be posting in LinkedIn and it should be professional achievements. So Cloud Code and then Agentic Drive, they are all for engineers that are code and all that. So once you describe whatever you want to produce, the AI will build it for you. And then you don't just take that. It's called iteration. You test it. Is it working? Is it what I want? And also, does it scale? Scaling, when we talk about scaling in AI and IT, it's that, okay, you can build something that is working for 50, 100 people. But when 1 million people log in at the same time, when you go to bank app sometimes, you see, it doesn't have signal. It's breaking down. So that's what we call scaling. You must always test for all those things. Next one. So now workflow automation, we are going advanced now. Like I said, all this, put your CV, get a letter, invite you for interview, all those, that's automation. There are machines doing all that. Once you're accepted, it sends a signal to another model, to another, can I say, application that will get your name, your address, your email address, will send you a letter. We are giving you opportunity to come for an interview. So it will only be 2-person HR or even 1 person that has built this. So these are what we use to build all those systems. We have anything I make. They are like, there are things you can push this box, go here, come back, check again. When the system is good, yes. If it doesn't work, no, stop. In all those like flow charts, that's how anything I make work. Zapier also does that. OpenClaw, that's the greatest craze, but we don't really use it. It's an agent. It already built agent. You don't need to build anything yourself. You just need to connect. What it does is that all your social media, like I said, it can monitor it for you. So you give information that, okay, you have this, what do you want me to do? So just connect it. Your WhatsApp, your email, whatever. So it was built recently that a lot of people use. And then Manus too. That's when you are in the browser, the agent is in the browser. So as they ask you questions, it's working. Then for personal productivity, we have Fireflies, they are meeting assistants. Yes. When you're attending meetings now, you don't need to write anything. If it's by online meeting, there are things that are taking the notes for you. After the notes, just type, can you summarize the meeting for me? What are the action points? When should I start? It's going to bring all these documents for you. So the era of cracking your brain, you crack your brain for better things, because there are any repetitive thing. If you are doing a repetitive work, start working towards getting another one, because by the time the automation craze enters Nigeria, a lot of people will lose their job. It's only those who can work alongside those things that will have work. They say AI is going to replace a lot of jobs. That is true. But at the same time, it's going to create more jobs. So if you upskill yourself, that's when you defend against AI taking your job. Motion is also there, and then Superwoman. All those are meetings and all the rest. Now, this is the word I didn't want to use them. We call it prompt engineering. This is the action you do to get a result for an AI. What you type, that's the prompt. Call it prompt. That is, you ask the AI question. You tell it what you want. You specify whatever attributes we want. So let me just read it because it's very important. Prompt engineering is the art of science of crafting, refining the craft, you refine, optimizing inputs, you craft it, that is, you design, you type what you want. Then, when the first result comes out, this is not what I want, you refine it. And then, in the end, you optimize it to give to large language models, LLMs, towards generating high quality and accurate. Thank you. All models become more integrated into workflows. The ability to, that's it. So my challenge to all of you is that you must all learn prompt engineering because there are lots of techniques to it. And if you know prompt engineering, your work will be easier. Next one, please. So these are the principles of prompt engineering. It must be clear, it must not be ambiguous, except that ambiguity comes with the result you want. The context, there's something we call now. In fact, there's a new paradigm called context engineering. What's context engineering? I asked ChatGPT a question. I think I have to at least demonstrate that in a minute. If you ask ChatGPT, okay, let me just give this example. I was in one of the panels for one of the competitions. It's an African organization that gives people sponsor projects that will help the community and all the rest. So I was giving 4 presentations. Okay, I think it was 3 presentations by 3 groups. I looked at it. They were all high quality. My human knowledge could not classify them except if I guess. Then just came to me. Okay, let me try these guys. There are rules. The competition had rules. I picked the rules. I put the first. Then one by one, I think I used 3. ChatGPT, Cursor, no, Claude. Claude is the chat. Claude, then the other 2 Chinese ones, Quen and Kimi is not free. Quen and what? Yeah. I put it for each one. I put it for each one. I put the requirements. I put the presentation. Can you analyze this presentation against the requirements? Tell me that's prompt engineering. Tell me the strengths, the weakness, and give me a score 9 to 10 for all of them. For 3 teams, 4, and then all the models give me similar results for each event. So I just used that because they were all quality projects. Very quality projects. So they helped me out. That's what is happening nowadays. So imagine in your workplace, all you just do is come in, your agent has read your emails, and it updates your calendar. When it's time to say you have meeting at 10 o'clock in your office. So your job is now to do something the model cannot do. Save time, save cost, and doing that, you can do the job of like 10 people. So that's what's happening. So you have to be very careful and start training yourself on AI. So the context, the precision, and also the iteration. You know what iteration is? Keep on making it better along the way. Next one, please. So types of prompting, we have 0 shot, I'll run. 0 shot is just the ones we've been doing since. Help me with this, do that. Then there is a few shots. As you can see, what happens in few shots is that after writing your what do you call it, your prompts, you give your examples. This is to translate from English to French, and then you give an example that apple is open, dog is chair. So what's cat? So you've guided the model. There's no way of training off the parts. So that's what you call few shots. Chain of thought. Chain of thought is when you have a very complex, like it's just similar to when you build agents to receive the CV, to analyze it, to invite you for the interview, and then to tell you the result. So chain of thought, you will be prompting gradually. Tell me all the presidents in Nigeria. The next one is, tell me the ones that are from this state. Then you now say, give me the performance of this person. That's chain of thought. You have 3 thoughts, and then you do them individually, and so they chain together. These models have this ability because they have what we call memory, long time memory. Okay, so next one, please. Okay, sorry, I forgot about role prompting, and this is very important when you are doing specialized work. Then act as a civil, let me say, AI engineer that has 10 years experience. Can you give me so? It's not going to give you a mediocre result. It will even tell you that as an AI with 10 years experience, or write me a story for children of 5 years. And that's very important nowadays, whether because if you don't specify that, let's write me a story for children. It can give you a story for an 18-year-old, for a 5-year-old. So you act as a what do you call it? Montessori teacher working with 5-year-old children. Tell me a story that I can present to these children that will make an interesting story that they will like. So you can see the frame. So all these are very important, depending on if you just want to quickly find out anything, very short, it's okay. If you want exact results, few shots. Chain of thought, if you have a lot of things, don't just load everything. Or else my model it up for you. And it's very critical. You do it one by one. That's chain of thought. And then the role prompting. So you tell it to act as something, because that's what the job requires. Next one, please. Now, prompt engine, the key uses. We've done a lot of it. And I know software development, content creation, data analysis, education, because those ones that have education, and then customer support. This was what brought it to Prime, where you can be talking to the chatbot. That's what really developed, and it was able to branch others. Next one, please. So why prompt engineering? Saves time, enhances productivity, you're able to do a lot of things at the same time, and then unlocks potential. Because you've been working as a data analyst for a long time. And when you're working, you don't have time to update, to read, to know what is going on. There are times that you type these actors, do this, and then you see new discoveries. Wow, this has even come into being. There's so many other techniques. So it makes you discover too. Next one. Then the recommended certifications and learning. Everybody has to do this. They are all free. You have to make sure you get these certificates. That's the minimum required for everybody. Google Essentials, just go to Google Essentials, you see prompt engineering, anything else, Google Essentials, any free time you have, please, you have to do it. It's very easy, it's straightforward, but what you will gain, you will not believe it. And also this Anthropic Academy, it has a lot, not only this fluency. It has a lot in it, and they're all free certificates. These are the certificates you get. You go to your LinkedIn, say, just completed so by Anthropic. if you are not an engineer, they are very, very important because everybody wants someone who is AI aware now. They are free. And if you want to move a step further, this is a good one. Yes, it's Azure. Azure is Microsoft. Microsoft Azure. It's not that expensive. It's just let me see. I think it's $50. Oh yeah, it's $50. It's not. It's not. If you know what you want, you look for it. Yeah. This one is a little more expensive. Just concentrate on Azure. So my advice is that any paid certificates you want to do now in any sector, do Microsoft. Because Microsoft is the one that works with most of those big organizations. Do Microsoft first. Then, if you have money, then you can go to AWS. But just make sure it's Microsoft. That's what everybody is using, and they have a very big presence in Nigeria. Then, no, 1 second. We engineers, we have to verify, we have to do for money. You say cybersecurity, but I tell you, Genia is doing cybersecurity. Okay? Genia is doing cybersecurity. So you have to pair it together. You have to pair it together. And also, are you Python proficient? Yeah. We need to talk. We need to talk. Even cybersecurity is Python. It's Python that brought us cybersecurity. You have to start learning Python immediately. Immediately. I'll take your number and start advising. You have to start learning. If you want to become an AI engineer or you want to work in AI for a level, you must know Python. You must be Pythonista. You know what that is? You have to be. Because all this is Python we are using to test and to run everything. All these guys are trying to stick in now. Java and Microsoft, they will always force C#. But once you know Python, there's no job. Go and look at this now. There's no AI job you see that they will not ask you for Python. You have to know Python. You have to certify Python. Okay? We'll talk later. That's why I said I need to talk to you specially. Okay? Yeah. And that's why all you need is okay. Anybody that is interested in Python, I'll mentor you. I'll make that as my job. Yes, just talk to Abdul Fattah. Just let me know. We'll connect. Because if you are interested in AI, you don't know Python. No, it can't happen. So, like I said, also, why are you using all these models? My recommendation is Google ecosystem. If you want any paid one, because as an engineer, you must have a paid one. Because when you start using it for jobs, and I want to tell you, I don't want to discourage you, but forget about looking for jobs. Your first aim is to look for remote work. And to get remote work, you must develop yourself. Because there are no jobs anywhere. All the powerful people, like he said, they know those they are going to pick. There are no jobs anywhere. I don't think I've had a job in like 20-something years. He's my brother. We are from the same mother. I've not had a job in 20 years and I've been surviving. So, especially before you get a good appointment, don't wait for any company. Think of something you can do. There are so many ideas there. And then go to these guys. Prompt them. Tell them, these are the skills I have. What can I do in Nigeria? You'll be shocked the advice they will give you. Keep probing because jobs are very difficult to get. and you have to be humble. We all know we're all from poor families now. Or is there a billionaire child here? So that's my advice. Keep digging, keep digging. There are people who are selling on Instagram. If you have passion for selling, start now. Earn some money. That's the money you will use to build yourself, and you can end up building a company. All those guys up there, they work for anybody because they like their freedom, and they can work from anywhere. Before you know it, you say, "I'm in the Everest mountain, climbing Everest." Why is agents are making money for him? His Instagram is making money for him. Yeah, as they're working, he's getting money. So you don't really have to do a job. Find something interesting. Start posting. LinkedIn, Instagram. If you have any good idea, I'm an entrepreneur. I hope you're online. You have to be visible. You have to be visible. And you have to get people. Let us come out. Yeah, come to this farm or whatever you are doing. Yes. Call the brothers, call the sisters, come, feed them, phone them. That's how people are making money now. Who knows? There might be something you post that you are really doing there. Someone will call you from above. Okay, let's talk now. You have to post whatever you have that is resourceful, interesting. You have to start. Don't joke with this thing though. I don't, it's my wife that tells me what happens in Nigeria. I don't know Nigerian government. It's the one that tells me the stories of this person, this. That's my news, that's my CNN. I don't have time for it. Your job is to always be cracking. Don't go and be watching Sinifa this or you not go to this one party. You're wasting your money and your data and your time. And you're giving them money. Once you be at the back of your mind, what can I do? That's the job nowadays. There are people you can see actual speed. He runs all over the place. He's a billionaire now. That guy is always go like this. He's a billionaire now. When someone will do something, they do it crazily. And then when it's finished, so why are you peeling banana like with your legs or whatever? It's simple now. That trademark give you millions. Come in. I don't know their names because I don't see their words there. People are making money. So in the Google ecosystem, the one you see the front page is called the chat. That's where you just type whatever you want. Then there is canvas. Okay, let me come there.
Okay, so please stay with me. So, like I said, the first one is using charts. Once you relate the internet with one thing we should learn to do is let the chat model help you. These are just my points. Okay, let me show you what they look like first. We all know that here's the chat. It has notebook LL. This one is for research. There was a guy in America, all his lecture notes, he put it on the notebook LL. He told the notebook LL, please check all these items. Any draft questions you think the professor will ask you.
It's all the question. Say, I don't know all these things. You need to explain them. You don't need to be exact. The professor said, you have cheated. I still haven't the answer that I don't be so detailed about this. The company, you are sitting there, you put all the questions, you should know what you have to live in. But these tools are there, especially these people that are used for research. Just speak, what do you want? Tell it. And tell it to let you know what you don't know. Like I think all these textbooks are there. And then you want this for professor of the thing. That's what LM is used for. Let me see. This is deep sleep. The same chart is like this. And then cloud. Well, so because of time, I'll just do the last one to let you see exactly what I'm talking about. Let me get to just tell you. So there's this project that this project here. As you can see, I've asked questions because the answer is there, and also the formula is like the program, the machine learning. When we have data is usually very important. Data is usually CSV, comma separated files. Let me do it with notebook so that you can see it. You can see each this is the column. Each one is represented by a comma. That's why I call it CSV. They are comma separated files. And when you open it directly, except I open it for you, and you see it, except I put it in cells. So what we usually do is that we export this data. Who knows about Jupyter notebook? When you start your project, that's what we use because that cells. Whatever first answers you want, we give it to you once you want it. So we usually use Jupyter notebook first before you now create the Python files and several other things you use for the system. So I have done it before. These are the answers. I just want to show you how smart this model is. This is my prompt. Copy it. And then I'll go to the model. What I want to do is, now I was talking about context. I can ask him to give me the formula for doing what I want to do. He will give me, but there's no result. So in order to have the context, that is the exact thing we want to do, I will export that data to page files. So it's a full pair. So we will update it now. Okay? And see it as loaded it as CSV. So I'll start asking the question. This is the first one. Act as a data scientist with 10 years experience and use the attached CSV file to answer the question below by printing the formula for the result and setting the CSV file as data frame DF. So you can see the construction. I've explained what I want to do. I've asked it to do something with the file attached. Then I've clarified the example because I want to copy the formula and use in my project. So if I don't specifically tell you to label it as DF, my label it as something else that I'll end up still editing. That's a waste of time. Tell me exactly what to bring out. So this is the first question. How many rows? As you can see, the data has growth, take it as like, okay, we'll say the answer now. No? That's why I'm using the last thing. So this is I asked the question, and you can see I do it. So as a data scientist with a decade of experience in interpreting and manipulating complex data sets, I have analyzed the football data, and you can see what the formula I gave you, df.shape. You can see the answer, df.shape. And then what's the result? 1898 columns and 9. So you see, these models are very smart. There's something you have to be working with. Every day you work with it. Each day, I think they will probably do it, but just wait a few hours. You will reset your tokens. Tokens is like the money you pay to it, because whatever word you put there is divided them in tokens. In most cases, it's syllable, data that's going to be termination 3 to 2 or 3. So we give you some allowance. Then let me have this question and then do the last one because time is gone. That's how data science is. You'll be working in time and stuff. So I now wanted to count the number of this one is so much. Let's do some. Let me do so how many unique cuisine, because it's a restaurant, cuisine is a type of foods they serve there. So you think that data has analyzed it, is giving you defined by df cuisine dot non-relate. Saying is 14. Consider the answer. Okay? This is the answer. The same formula, the same answer. Now I want you to draw using this cuisine. So you can just use this, do your project, and get out of the way. So that means you can finish, you can have 3 or 4 projects at the same time. More money for you. And how much are you paying for this? Sometimes $20 for a month on interrupted. So this I want to draw. So you will draw the graph, you do your presentation. And if when you want to present to your customers, you tell it what you can practice for this. Make sure you same for syllable, of use dollar was supporting the United States of America. Okay? So this is the point. That's not something. So with this detailed prompts, you are able to edit the prompt such that you can modify it to get exactly what you want. So, Alhamdulillah, thank you all for being here and giving me the
Okay. I hope you don't have any questions. You have questions? Thank you, Lord. Quickly, please.
So now, I don't want to make that. And the other thing, I'm looking at possibilities for AI in my job. So I don't know how
We will arrest AI for you, don't worry.
Systems are based. That's the secure job. Because what is going to get for you is just your home.
Next question. Go ahead.
So my question is quite close to that. Someone that so I was going through machine learning in data science Nigeria. So we are using Google and some other stuff to do the training and learning. But at some point I had to stop because it felt like a lot. It felt like a lot. No, not Poland itself. So I was talking about the machine learning part. Machine learning, deep neurons, and everything. So it's
Question.
So it felt like a lot. But using Google Lab, you can always ask the AI for other things and every other thing.
For those who really want to work at data science and AI, there's this platform, MINDCAP. $1 the next slide is just 75. You need to get this and you see how easy it is. Or just do it.
My second question, for agency to motion based and all other ones. So as I'm working these companies, not enough of them use it. They really use it for recruitment. Okay, so they just use it for recruitment only, and they don't really use it like that. Yes.
For all these other content, get
How can one actually find organizations that make use of it very
Thank you. Next question. Last question. No, she has a question.
So I'm Sulaiman Rogers from Counting. I'm something here, so I don't get satisfied. So we take quite a bit and obey for the taxation tax for waiting
Oh, you like solid.
Remember, there are lots of people. There are lots of people who work class. One set for them. Or lecture for the mission. That's why I feel like you are beautiful. But I think like that, how is it like? That's good, but we want to practice hard work. That's the real work to get on this moment.
Jazakumullah khairan. Thank you so much for the session. As we said, for a lot of things that obviously we can't cover everything in this kind of a session. That's why the idea of the executive call is very important. Hopefully, we can bring most of the people that have spoken here today on an executive call. You can ask them and have more time because that will be probably more engaging than a presentation. It will just be you interacting with them. And the idea is for you to ask some of those questions, seek clarification, and also get pointers in the right direction. Thank each and everybody that has spoken here. We pray that the session is more beneficial than we have presented it. As we said, this is just the first module. We are hopefully preparing for the second one. I will let you know as soon as that is ready. And then there's a third one as well, which is more heavy on the side of entrepreneurship. On that note, I don't want us to stretch this much further. I'd invite our staff to come and close the session with a dua. That's you. Closing dua, inshallah.
الحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم تقبل منا انك انت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا انك انت التواب الرحيم ربنا افرج علينا صبرا وثبت اقدامنا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين ربنا ظلمنا انفسنا وان لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ربنا عليك توكلنا واليك انبنا واليك المصير ربنا اننا ظلمنا انفسنا وان لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ربنا لا تؤاخذنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا ولنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you for the session. So we've ended today for us. We are leaving. Please, for those of us who have not prayed Salat, there's a spot beside us here that you can pray your Salat at. And then please would employ everyone who want to take group photographs. There will be a banner of the foundation outside so that we can take photographs there. Please oblige us. Thank you so much. Jazakumullah khairan. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك اشهد ان لا اله الا انت استغفرك واتوب اليك. السلام عليكم ورحمه الله.